Tuxedo.
Oh my God.
You look
Awesome. Awesome.
fantastic.
Awesome. Awesome. You look fantabulous today.
Really.
Oh my God. Dazzling. Dazzling.
Be intentional about your
If your neighbor
compliments.
is frowning, it means you're telling the person
The
something.
wrong thing.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. Amazing.
Amazing.
I noticed some people's faces just lightened up when their partner said something.
Exactly.
Well,
Yeah,
that's awesome.
compliments does a lot
That's awesome.
to what happened. All right, a warm evening to you all, and thank you for coming. This is the YPC Conference 2022, Day 2, and of course, our grand
Grand
finale.
finale. Please, can we put our hands together? Yeah. No, no, no. Pause, pause. Hold on, guys. Hold on. We understand that today is Sunday, and many had to leave their well-coveted rest. Have you noticed that Sunday sleep is the sweetest? Yeah. You sacrificed it to come here, so we expect that the vibe you bring to this place, with the energy, will be awesome. So, guys, can we put our hands together for ourselves? Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Yeah, yeah. That's beautiful. Amazing. Yeah.
Amazing. So the official hashtag for this event remains CC22. Official hashtag CC22, and of course hashtag Beyond Borders. So please, we want you to go on your social media platforms and give your testimonies. Okay, share your testimony. I think the speaker yesterday talked
Yeah.
about sharing your
The
experience,
experiences.
documenting
Yeah.
your experiences. All right, so that's what we want you to do now. Please bring out your mobile phones and go to your Facebook, go to your Instagram handles, and then share your experience. Share what you learned yesterday. And
Very
then
nice.
with the hashtag CC22,
All right.
hashtag CC22, and also hashtag Beyond Borders. All right, please let's do that in the
Yes.
next 1 minute.
In next
Let's
one,
let's
can
do
we do
that.
that quickly? And in addition, remember what we did yesterday, and it was so awesome. When I saw some selfies, and I saw myself in the selfie, and I couldn't recognize myself. Like it was so, so camera pass, camera, right?
Camera pass
So
camera.
when I used my own phone and I saw myself, I was like, okay, that's looking good. I saw some cameras.
Techno
No,
Phantom
no, no.
is
That's
different from
that's
Techno
racist.
Company.
That's racist. Come on. And when I saw some cameras and I saw myself, I was like, wow, let's connect. Let's connect. Yeah. So you know what we're going to do today? Just bring out your phones, take a selfie.
It doesn't matter the camera quality of your
No, it
phone as long
doesn't
as
matter. As
you're
far as you're
snapping
connected, that's what
connected.
matters.
That's
So
what
can we do
matters.
that in 1 minute? Bring out your phones. If your neighbor is not snapping or taking a selfie, something is wrong. So please bring out your phones. Let's take the selfies and use the hashtag. Can we do that
Please
now?
let's
Do
do
that
that. Thank
beautiful. I
you.
can see
Yeah,
that young man
that
doing
guy's
it.
doing well, all
Awesome.
right?
Awesome. 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 Wow.
Okay.
Wow. I'm seeing beautiful smiles. Yeah, I can
And
see
if,
Sam
if
smiling.
you're tired
Yeah.
of snapping with a guy, and if you're a guy and you're tired of snapping to
You
another
can go
guy,
to
you
someone
can
else
go
and
to someone else, the opposite
and
sex,
take a
and
selfie.
take a selfie.
Exactly. Let's take our own selfie.
All right. That's nice. Okay. Yay. Nice.
Good.
Okay. Have you done
Don't do
that?
a vlog, please. We're not vlogging yet. Please. We're not just selfies. Just selfies.
Just
Just
selfie.
selfies. Yeah.
All
No,
right.
welcome to my YouTube channel. Yeah. Just hold that, please. We'll get to that very soon. Very soon. Very soon.
All
Okay.
right.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
So
Good.
post those pictures now on your Facebook page. Tell them what is happening in the city of Abuja. Connect conference is happening. So let's tell the world what is happening here. All right. Let's do that quickly. All right. I hope you're sharing. Do not forget the hashtag CC22 and Beyond Borders, CC22. Please tag YPC on Facebook and then on Instagram, YPC Africa. All right? Okay, I think we're doing that already.
So yesterday, for those who were around, I think because we can't ask everyone, we're going to give a collective response. So I'll ask the question and you give us the response. So how was yesterday's session? Sorry? No, I want us to chorus it together. How was yesterday's session? In one word.
In one word.
Let's ask how many of us were here yesterday. I want us to be sure. How many of us were here yesterday? How many of us were here yesterday? How many of us? How many of us? No, don't worry. We won't call you out. I know. You know, in Africa, we're like you want to go. No, we won't call you out. Don't worry. Yes. So, how many of us were here yesterday? Good. So, for those who are not here, let us give them a few because many of them witnessed it online. Some did it. So, how was yesterday's session, guys? How was yesterday's session? One word. Phenomenal.
Another word.
Another word. Mind blowing.
Okay, this other session.
Ex-
Explosive.
Are we safe? Are we safe? Like good explosive, yeah?
Yes.
Good. Explosive. What else?
I think it was amazing.
Amazing.
That's the
I
word.
was flabbergasted.
Oh my God. It was truly amazing. All right, so tell us what you learned.
Okay, one thing I learned from yesterday, I'm talking, yesterday you were throwing subs and I caught my own sub yesterday, yeah? If you caught sub, say I. Ah, yes. Yesterday, I witnessed Lamide's story. He wasn't just a storyteller, he told his own stories. And I asked myself, because I could relate, I didn't read Fishery, like I said, but I could relate with Lamide's story because for a very long time in my life, I've always undermined what I did.
Your abilities, yeah.
And what he said about Dangote, it has happened to me, but not with Dangote. You know, when you go to occasions and your number one achievement is that you took a selfie with the guest speaker. So that's how I've been for a while. I'll go and take a selfie. I'll post it. I met this person.
That's just it.
And that's just it. But from yesterday's event, I learned that I should learn to create stories. So, and that's one thing I've decided I will do. How about you? What did you learn from yesterday?
All right, I think one of the session that really hit me hard was the session with Lamide Johnson.
Lamide.
Yes. And he said people fear the most difficult things, and that's where the story is. That's where the best part of your journey is when you're able to take up difficult tasks, challenging tasks, and then you overcome them. That's the peak of an achievement. So I know for a while now we've seen people do things and they want to actually go the easy way out. So everyone wants to go the easy way out, but I think it opened my mind to the fact that everything is possible. All right. So there are no impossibilities when it comes to our dreams and our visions. We can do more. That really stood out for me.
That's very good. So what we'll be doing now is this. For those of us that were here yesterday, we'll just come into the crowd and you could just share just one thing. All right. It doesn't have to be a biography, just something simple and short that you learned from yesterday. So you know how we did it yesterday, yeah? If you have anything you want to share, just raise your hand. The mic will come to you and you'll share with us. So going hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Anyone?
Please let's start documenting our stories.
Let's start documenting our stories. So you just tell us your name, and then you know how we do the drill. She calls her name, and we say what? Hi. Her name. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Anne.
Hi, Ahan.
Okay, so yesterday was really exciting. I really love Lamide's session. One thing I learned from his session was that document your experience. Pictures, write it down. Normally before now, I don't used to take pictures, but then I'm taking pictures now.
That's amazing. To document your stories and your pictures. And I think I never used to like pictures actually.
Oh.
But after yesterday, I snapped over 50 of those pictures, and then I had to start documenting them. Today, I wrote a post on my Facebook page.
Whoa.
I wrote a post on my Instagram page,
Awesome.
and of course, Connect Conference. We are here,
That's
so please, I hope someone is getting to that. You're documenting your experiences.
I tried documenting, but for some of us, there are so many pictures in our galleries. So when I tried to take Lamide's advice and document, and I saw iPhone storage full, I just had to go back to my gallery and like, if you want to off my generator today. How many of you remember switching off generator yesterday? I had to delete a lot of things because that experience must be documented. So the gentleman also.
I'm Moses Bechuku.
Hi, Moses.
Thank you. I actually came late, but I met the lady before Lamide. That's Blessing Abem. Yeah, she said something that struck a chord in my heart. She said, when you're making a research, you're not trying to be perfect. You are trying to discover. So don't be scared of making a research. Even when you fail, keep doing it because you're discovering something new. So it kind of gives me hope. So whenever I fail, I know that I'm just making a research. So I'm going to get it someday. Thank you.
Okay, so research is important
Wow.
in our journey to
Did
success.
you notice something about the young man's voice? Did you notice something about it, right? Like, you have a powerful voice. You know
Powerful
that, right?
voice.
Powerful voice. Just,
He was the one who said the session was fire
oh,
yesterday,
oh,
so it's
fire.
obvious.
Oh, that voice is on
He's
fire.
fire
That's
filled.
awesome.
All right, so do we have another person?
More present, more present. Yes, I can
Okay.
see.
My guys, what's happening? All right, so we'll take the session after this.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Yeah, I picked Okay, I'm Jefta Chukwuteku.
Hi, Jepta.
Okay, I picked up something from Lamide. Okay, and he says images are powerful. Can he made a statement that you can't get past what you see. So if you are seeing that you're a failure, that means you can't get past what's beyond the failure. So what are you seeing? That's what I keep asking. What do you see?
What are you seeing and what do you see? That's powerful. All right, please let's have
More hands, more hands, more
more
hands.
hands from this session. Okay.
Awesome. I know there's someone that is, you're still contemplating. Share your story. Share your story today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marshall Osora.
Hi, Marshall.
I'm the president of Corazon Speaks. Yesterday, I had to go down and document the date of yesterday. Of all the speakers, they all did a very great job. But who got my attention most was Mr. Joseph, not the first speaker.
Our
Convener.
convener.
Yes. That guy spoke from his heart. And the fact that he is young, energetic, not just dreaming, he is living the dream was the message for me. Thank you very
I think
much.
we need a round of applause for that. That's
Wow.
awesome. Living the dream.
So I think the takeaway from that is we should learn to live our dreams. Wow. That's
Not be scared.
why are you looking at me and saying that like that?
Because you look scared.
I feel attacked. Okay. There's no problem. Okay, so do we have more people?
Please let's have
More hands.
Everybody. My name is Blessing Irabo. That really caught me was from Blessing Abeng. When she talked about mindset, she said the first thing was like, how much do you want to earn? I just had that thing in my mind. First of all, it's not naira, it is dollars. And it's like six figures.
Word.
And it's like six figures. And she now said times it by 100. I said, Blessing, are you sure? You want to do this? Then after she said times it by 100, she said times it by 100 again. I said, Blessing, you're going beyond though. And it's not seven figures in dollars. How are you going to do this? Then she said that we are actually what we prayed for, or we are what we wanted to be years back. And we shouldn't, at this point, we shouldn't stop dreaming. And even Lambe said it that when we were children, we actually had this image and this vision. So, and at some point, we are living that dreams now. But now we are not saying, oh, we're not pessimistic and do not want to dream further. That we can actually be whatever we want to be, and that depends on our mindset. That really got me.
That's amazing. I think I read one of Brian Tracy's book a few years back, and he said someone is living your fantasy.
Let it sink in. Yeah.
So he said
No, it's not your
someone
fault, Brian Tracy. Come on. Come on.
to Brian
See,
Tracy's
see,
quote.
Nigerians now. She has now become Tracy. Okay, but go on, tell me.
So he said someone is living your fantasy. The wisdom there is look at for those people and follow them. You can follow them from a distance, and if they're within your reach, you reach them and learn what they learned to get to that point where they are. So the foundation or the bacon point of it is someone is living your fantasy. So if someone's living your fantasy, it's more reason you should dream more and work towards that dream.
Very interesting. And this thing you mentioned about mentorship, I think Lamide demystified the concept of mentorship yesterday. I, for one, I always felt that the mentor must be present. That was what I was taught. That if the mentor is not present, he's just a role model. And I've carried that philosophy and ideology in my head over the years. But Lamide, yeah, it has affected me because I've robbed myself of being mentored of persons that may not be physically present. Like one of our speakers today, I now realize that he has been mentoring me, bro, from afar. Because I notice when I start to write, I start to think, I won't mention his name. I know you're thinking who I'm thinking, yeah. I start to think, how would this person write it? Right? So that is mentorship. That is mentorship. So yes, the young man wants.
Yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Sunny Gabriel Sunny.
Hi, Sammy.
Sunny.
Hi, Sunny.
Sunny Sunny.
Hi, Sunny. Hi, Sunny.
Okay. All the speakers did an amazing job yesterday. But one of the sessions that caught my attention was the one of Lamide. Talked about books are important. That books are your escape to a new reality. That got to my heart. Indeed, that so many times we run into challenges and just one sentence from a book idea can just pop in, and that is just one thing you need to move to the next level. Like,
Guys, that's deep, right? Very deep. More hands.
Okay, we have more hands.
Yes, bring the fire. More hands. More hands. That's beautiful. We need the fire service by the end of today, really.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Abimbola.
Hi, Abimbola.
I work with the Ministry of Defense, and I'm also a writer. My point is a merger of two speakers, Mr. Lamide and Miss, I hope I'm correct, Miss Abeng. She was talking about handling criticisms, and I have also a merger of two personality types. I'm very melancholic, and I also have my phlegmatic side. And I realized something which is a downside of wanting to be meticulous or wanting to do things to the best of my ability. Right. When I began to write, I would criticize myself. Oh, I would stand and say, oh, I would edit, re edit, post the edit, re edit, and I will ask myself, is this excellent enough? I'm incredibly meticulous, right? And I realized that that was quite a weakness. For some of us, is you're wanting to put out the best of the best that is hindering you from starting now. It's your saying, oh, I have an excellent spirit and I want to do things in the best way possible. In as much as that's good and that's very applaudable, it can be a weakness, something that is hindering you from starting. So start now, start today. Thank you.
Start now, start today. That's a wonderful contribution. All right, we have someone else. Um, all right, Sam, we have another hand raised.
We just want to take because we were set to roll into today's program. So I saw two hands already. One, two, one, two. Where's the three? Okay, because of your persistence, we'll just take you, sir. So keep it short, simple, and straight to the point. Yeah, Triple S. How do we go?
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Awelewa Emmanuel. So I got, for me, it's a condensed version of everything. What you can do is inside what you've not done. So you rather just go to your fear and what it is that you are afraid of, just go ahead and get it done. And then you are going to discover that you can do more than you can even do.
I love the passion with which you're saying it. That passion can confront the lions in the den. But please don't do that. But feel you, bro. The second hand.
Hi, my name is Izu Okando.
Hi, Zoo.
Yesterday, I joined in from the online platform
Oh, wonderful.
and I decided to be here today. 24th, the 24th of September this year is going to make it 11 years I've been in the industry of raising great communicators across the world. And this is one thing that really beat my heart so much when I listened to Mr. Joseph Etim. He said one of the science and the arts of having to spread yourself across nations and borders has to do with realizing the importance of creating products and services that will be able to reach out to nations that resonate with the needs and the wants of people from all over the world. So for myself, that word really beat me so hard that I decided to be here today to sit down with my pen and paper to be able to glean from these great people that will be here today to learn as much as I can learn and go back to my closet and explode. My name is Izu once again.
What a nice. That was incredible. And you know, it's not a coincidence that the theme for this conference is hacking opportunity and skills that goes beyond borders. So we need to really, really take advantage of every value that will be dished today.
Very well.
All right,
Please,
let's move on.
the sound people, please take his clip. I will take it after. I need to rehearse and say the way Samuel, see Chico. That's beautiful. Mr. Izu. You're a great communicator. Wow. We have yes. The last but certainly
The last person.
I say praise the Lord. Good evening, everyone. I'm Victor by name.
Hi, Victor.
It's beautiful being here. Honestly, since yesterday, I would say there have been a paradigm shift. Like, I'm blessed beyond measures, as I won't lie. So among everything, I picked a lot of things, but I just want to say that I was blessed in the administration of, will I say, the teaching, the mentorship of.
Do I see a pastor? Do I see a pastor talking?
It's still
Go on.
administration. It's still administration. Okay. Olumide, yeah. Olamide, right? Okay. Yeah. I learned a lot from him. But the area of storytelling was where I really learned it. Because most times I see, when I watch people in conferences, I see them standing, discussing. I'll be like, what are these people saying? What are they saying? It's like, wow, okay, wow. What are they saying? Because I'm this kind of person that was always, let me go straight to the point. But as yesterday's seminar, I was so blessed. I now discovered that, Victor, you're a storyteller. Actually, you've had so many experiences. You can always tell people, even engage and then share ideas. You understand? I'm blessed beyond measures and is happy to be here. Thank you very much.
in a program that is meant to take you beyond borders. Beyond. Okay, that's awesome. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to fasten your seat belts if your seats have belts. And as we said, today is the grand finale, and we are good to go. Please turn to the person beside you and say, "Are you ready?"
You ready?
No, roll the R. Say, "Are you ready?"
Are you ready?
Yes. So,
all right. So now we'll introduce the content of this program. Someone said when he spoke yesterday, he felt the fire in him, and we want to have that experience now. So let's have a welcome address by the convener, Joseph Etim. Please, a round of applause for him.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Joseph Etim, and I'm really excited to be here. How many of us are excited to be here today? How many of us are ready to connect? The way you guys are keeping your face like you're not happy. I saw some DMs that I did some stuff that you guys did not like, so I'm hoping to change now. Okay? But I need you guys to smile. Are we happy to be here? How many of us took actions last night? Just wait. Like you did something you've never thought you could do. You deleted somebody's contact. You blocked someone. You blocked someone. So I'm really excited to be here because Connect has been a dream for us. It's been that vision. It's been that that stuff we just had in the inside, and we never expected. We never knew how it was going to come to pass. Um, I remember when I was still in school, I graduated from the University of Calabar as a student. One of the things I wanted to do, I just wanted to see myself up there becoming, one of the top ranked media guys in Nigeria, right? In my primary school, secondary school, I was like, but I'm bad. Like if I don't do well, right? Probably some position. I was always first position. Then I got admission into the University of Calabar in 2010, right? And my first we wrote exams. I was so, it's not exam. We've been doing it before. First semester, didn't know what happened, man. There's this stuff they call, I don't know, seems it's F. Like I, when you have F in year one, and if you you can't recover. Like my course was 5 years minus ASU. My course was 5 years. It took me till final year to finish up what I started in year one, right? But that didn't stop me. That didn't stop me. I never allowed my grade to determine who I was gonna be. I did all manner of stuff. My dad, he has money like for himself, but I just wanted to do stuff for myself. I sold all manner of stuff in school, like the way I'm dressed now. Just imagine me with my school bag, very big. You think it's books, but what was inside was serviettes. You don't know what? Do you know what serviettes? Serviette. I go to restaurant, run Unical. For those that are familiar with University of Calabar, I go around Unical just to sell serviettes. I started selling serviettes. I started with a bag. It was 1/8. I can't forget. One bag of serviettes. It was 1/8. But I decided to sell. And at some point, it was more like, you sell, you go and buy 2 bags. Then I had to deal with the guy. I can come get 3 bags, go sell. At some point, I was like, this thing is working. I had 2 boys, doing the stuff for me. At some point, Nigerian stuff went bad. They were their own bosses. It was more like I didn't know something was happening. But then we killed Serviette business. But before we killed it, I was, if it's business, we say top rank. I was now dealing with like 30 bags of Serviette, right? Then I graduated to doing graphic designs. I said yesterday that for you to gain mastery, you must be willing to pay the price. And I mentioned yesterday that one of the things I did for myself was that any like biscuit pack, like any sachet stuff, anywhere I find it, what do? I pick it and I go to, like if you came to my room then in school, it was like a trash bin. I try to replicate every single design I saw. And gradually, like if you know me, like if it comes to media, I think I'm good, right? But it didn't stop there. I said to myself, how can we take it to the next level? Started doing graphic design trainings. I think the first training we ever tried to do in 2016, 2017, I did all the publicity stuff I knew how to do on social media. And the Friday to the Monday, right, what happened was we're expecting like crowd like this coming to learn graphic design from then Joseph. Like I was expecting the crowd, you know. Friday to the Monday was supposed to start. Like, I mean, I had used all the influencers I knew, their names they've endorsed. Friday to the Monday, single person. The fee was just 10,000. But I don't give up. I don't give up. My graduation T-shirt was written, "Joe never gives up." Then on the Friday to the Monday, I kept doing my publicity stuff. Then on Monday, I went to the venue. Nobody showed up. But you're not going to laugh me because I was at the registration stand. The first person came, second person came. Then at the end of that bag, we had like 10 persons register. Unlike the story you expect that we tried and nothing happened. We tried. What I'm trying to say is it doesn't matter what you're going through, it doesn't matter the current grade you have in school. Some of you you've dropped out, some of you just believe that school is scam. School is not scam, right? School is not scam. School is not scam. School is not scam. It doesn't matter the skill you have now. In the next 2 years, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, you have no clue. Nobody has any clue what would happen. What would happen? Yeah? No, none of us know that POS today would just replace some bankers. I'm so sorry. Like on a street that you can see like 50,000 POS. Nobody expected that, right? So school is not scam. one of the things you must do for yourself is I was not the like I wouldn't lie, I wasn't this cool guy, but I was this guy that wanted to learn skill. So if it was cool, I was ready to put in my best. I did my best, but some grade did not work for me. The times I had A's. That the times I had F's, but I didn't allow the F's determine how good I was. I just there's this confidence I have in myself that I'm so good, right? But I didn't give up. We kept building, we kept building. Then from the graphics academy, it was called Calabar Graphics Academy. We kept doing stuff, we kept doing stuff. Then at some point I said to myself, why not we connect young people? Why not we just have a community of people that are skilled? They could have services they could offer to the world, and we could just team up and just deliver stuff. And we started. YPC was just an idea. Then I didn't even know that the name was going to be Young People Connect. Then we started doing stuff, started doing stuff, started doing stuff. Then we said, let's do a conference in 2018, December 2017. I just told a few friends, let's do a conference. And they decided to take the challenge. Started planning, 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 planning. And in 2018, May 23rd, we had the first Connect conference in Calabar. It was explosive. Like, you know how Joseph now, we got a very big hall. We filled the hall, filled the hall. But the Thursday, it was supposed to be Saturday. Thursday, I went to the hall. I told my volunteers, who sent us? It's like this hall is too big, oh, and our enemies will laugh at us that we were making mouths. But we did the work that was required, and when we came to the hall, fact was all we're trying to do was a solution to young people. The team was skill versus school. People were stuck, people were frustrated. They needed what to do, they needed where to fix their eyes on, they needed head start, they needed to just know what next to do. Then we had the first conference in 2019, we had the second conference, the team was the future of jobs, because we said if we've taught these guys what skills to learn, then the next thing is what opportunities are available in the future. And we had the future of jobs. And COVID happened, didn't have the next conference, and we said, let's do a conference again. And that's why we're here, hacking skills and opportunities beyond borders. And I'll repeat myself. Yesterday I said something that we're not trying to encourage young people, entrepreneurs, on the need to learn any skill, right? There are skills you learn that you be relevant. Good. There are skills you learn today and you'll be in high demand. There are skills you learn that just in 2 days will be obsolete. Nobody will care about it, right? I know you can graduate to the first class, or maybe just pass. You left the university, and you just think, what else can I just try? Can I just do POS with apology? I'm so sorry. Yeah, let me just try POS, because one of the things that we discourage ourselves with is the current economy. So we just try to set for whatever is available. Don't do that. Don't do that. Ask yourself, where do you want to be? What skills will take you there? And pay the price to learn. Young people don't like to learn. You want things to be given to you. And I said yesterday that you don't deserve anybody's attention. You don't deserve those opportunities. If you want it, go for it. You have to work hard for it, right? So if you want anything, just ask yourself, what skills do I need to learn? Who do I need to learn from? How much do I need to pay? Some of you, you've never read books in your life, and you want to just be the next to shine. It's not possible. So why we're here today is because we are trying to connect us with some of the industry leaders that have been doing well. They have the result, they have the evidence, and if you were here yesterday, you can confirm that like they poured out themselves to you, right? And I'll be like I said yesterday that don't come and take the fire. You go back and you do what? Like what? Come back tomorrow, like to another meeting, another conference. There's another big conference in Lagos. You paid flight. Another big conference in Abuja. You are everywhere. Transport. You are all the conferences, big conferences you've attended all. But the only thing you have to show for it is a tag and a suit, right? But I'm saying, and picture. So we talked about yesterday showing up. So you show up with pictures, but there are no skills to back you up. Some of you, you've been lying on social media, brand yourself. You want to put a bio that nobody would ever look for you. In fact, some of the bios you are using is just put what somebody can for now start patronizing you. Then you can now move to the next level. Does that make sense to you? If you're a graphic designer, say you're a graphic designer, don't give it a name that doesn't exist. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I started off as a graphic designer. So if you're looking for a graphic designer, you call me. Then I now moved to the next level. Some of you, the level you are now, nobody needs that services because they don't even know what you are talking about. So I'm trying to say, humble yourself to be addressed by the name people know it for. Then when you have the market, you can create your own demand with a name you think can buy you the attention you are looking for. So ladies and gentlemen, I just want us to sit down, just relax. The first speaker, Julius Afolabi, is going to take you like you've never heard this kind of person speak in your life before. But like I said yesterday, don't think that the people we brought here are coming to inspire or just motivate you. I said yesterday that if somebody can motivate you to earn $1,000, $100,000, tell the person, please motivate me. Tell yourself, tell your neighbor, motivate me. Motivate me. If I can earn dollars through your motivation, I need more motivation. You're not serious. Tell your neighbor, I need more motivation. I need more motivation. And I'm really excited to our online audience. Thank you so much for connecting. Invite your friends to join and don't miss any chance to connect with our speakers. So if you've been joining us and you like any of the speakers, don't go to their DMs and just type hello, 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 dear. Nobody's your dear. Go there, introduce yourself. Don't assume that Joseph knows you. Don't assume that you came for a conference all the way from another country and this guy should just know you. I don't owe you that. Okay, so just calm down, introduce yourself, and it's not a big deal. We can connect from there. Okay, don't assume that anybody owes you anything. Like you don't know who's seated next to you, so do yourself the. Do you like just take a picture with somebody because you may go online tomorrow and discover that the person I was seated with, that startup that you heard that they got $100,000 grant. Like you don't want to do that. So humble yourself. Don't look down on anybody. Don't look down on anybody. So just try to connect with everybody, right? Because nobody knows everything and nobody knows nothing. You don't know who is seated next to you. I want us to just enjoy this show and take whatever we have for you, take it in. Don't take it personal. If there are things you need to go back home and just give up, like just give up on it. If something has not been working for you since 2017, I think it's time for you to give up. Try something for the next 2 weeks, for the next 2 months, for the next 1 year. Just try something new. You will not die. And I'm really like, do you know what I said? Like the speakers will go there. Now just talk to us. Try something new, you will not die. Did you hear what I said? Tell your neighbor, try something new. You will not die. Now make it serious. Like, I promise you, try something new. You will not die. Even though you want to die, it will not kill you. Even though it kills you, you will not die. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Come on, please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Joseph Etim? You know, one thing that fascinates me about him is how he manages to crack people up with a straight face. Have you noticed this? Yeah, he just keeps it straight, and wow, that's really awesome. He will not die. I will not die. Yeah. So we'll take a video from a life coach all the way from the UK, Mr. Akumoye Uga. Akumoye Uga. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Can we put our hands together for him? Yeah. So we'll just take the video very quickly, and we'll do the next thing.
That put the conference together. Just one word, something you should think about. There is a direct correlation between vision, information, and transformation. And I realize together. Just one word, something you should think about. There is a direct correlation between vision, information, and transformation. And I realized that information has its greatest impact when it meets vision in the heart of the hearers. When information meets a certain level of preparation in the heart of those who receive that information, it has its greatest influence that yields transformation. You can attend meetings, and many times people go to places, attend seminars, attend summits, attend meetings, but if you don't have vision, if there isn't something on the inside of you that you want that information to act upon, then you're very likely not going to benefit very much from that information. So here you are, and you have a great opportunity to receive all of these many different doses of information that will come from a wide array of speakers. And it's important to begin to ask yourself, how prepared am I for what I'm about to hear? How prepared am I for the things that I will receive in this conference? Nothing shifts in your life until there is an alteration in your mental status. The truth is that Hi, everyone. It's great to be here at Connect Conference 2022. And I want to give a shout out to Joseph and the entire team that put the conference together. Just one word, something you should think about. There is a direct correlation between vision, information, and transformation. And I realized that information has its greatest impact when it meets vision in the heart of the hearers. When information meets a certain level of preparation in the heart of those who receive that information, it has its greatest influence that yields transformation. You can attend meetings, and many times people go to places, attend seminars, attend summits, attend meetings, but if you don't have vision, if there isn't something on the inside of you that you want that information to act upon, then you're very likely not going to benefit very much from that information. So here you are, and you have a great opportunity to receive all of these many different doses of information that will come from a wide array of speakers. And it's important to begin to ask yourself, how prepared am I for what I'm about to hear? How prepared am I for the things that I will receive in this conference? Nothing shifts in your life until there is an alteration in your mental status. The truth is that our pattern of thinking is what determines the direction of evolution of our lives. So our lives are constantly evolving in a certain pattern that is in alignment with how we think. Now, but how we think is governed by the kind of information that we receive. And so people who want to go to a certain place in their lives, people who see a certain place that they want to progress to, look for the kind of information that is potent enough to alter their current pattern of thinking and set them on a course that leads them to evolve to that place. You must be intentional in determining what happens in your mind. Our minds run on information. And so the kind of information, the quality of information, and how prepared we are to receive that information will all play together to determining how we will transform, or whether we will even transform. So sometimes people can be in an environment where a lot of information is transacted, but they don't transform because that information hasn't met vision in them. So I've said two things: that there must be a preparation in your heart, there must be vision waiting to receive the information that you're going to, that is going to be transacted here today. And if that information doesn't meet vision, then the information cannot command its best influence on your life to where you can transform in alignment. And I have also said that our pattern of thought will determine the evolution of our lives, and to obstruct our pattern of thought or to establish a preferred pattern of thought, we must choose our information, and that information must be potent enough. That information must have the quality and power that engages our minds so that we can evolve in a predictable manner. It is my hope that you have the best experience in this conference and that your life will get on that path that is constantly moving towards a picture that you have captured in your heart, a picture that you have set as the vision that you want to align with. God bless you.
The shadows laugh. They laugh at the people who crave more petals than seeds. They laugh at a land spreading under the rays of sunshine, yet we still stumble in darkness. Our shadows asked us, what became of your black skin? Your blackness that once burnished like newly cut diamonds under the sun. Why does your hip stiffen against the rhythm coming from the talking drum? Why does your hair rebel against its kinkiness, swaying in the direction of the wind like a patch of the elephant grass in the storm? Why does your accent lie between American or British? Why do we make drollery of our existence? Ekaite Ikoma, who called you Kim? Your cocoa tone skin, who bleached? Who said a messy array is a crime? Why neglect Kekwanu for hi? Why does your cutlery make mockery of Amala? Above your palm tree lies a liquid trail, beneath your soil lies a gold, but let your heart be the treasure you seek. So when this darkness is dawn and the sun comes, casting shadows upon your soil, you too may see the glamour in your neatly braided black hair. There is more to being black. Let's be fair. I said there is more to being black. Let's be fair. Being black is seeing the panther in you and I. Being black is seeing the strength in an eagle's eyes. Eyes you and I have, and we have seen most struggles, some hardships. We have seen thunders and strikes, even hunger, they strike. We have seen black days alike, but we are still mortal gods. And let me say this in the language of our Eastern brethren. Echiafuna. No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you home. My name is Isaac Daniel, so don't go behind my back and call me names. Okay, so this last piece is titled Dear Bio. It's a contemporary story of a typical Nigerian creative artist like me and you. So once upon a time, men with open chest and bare legs used to sit down on raffia mats to learn the way of mats and draw life inspiration from nature to ask life questions like, why does the moon rise when the night falls? Why does the moon only rise when it is nightfall? Then that men began to tell tales by moonlight. Dear Bio, have you been to the streets lately to capture the faces of struggling mothers, facing life squarely with a red face because someone is red? Have you seen the unfair system of a black culture? To ask yourself, is this truly our culture? And if this is our culture, is this truly the way and life of my people? Them say, no go do pass yourself, but a Bobby go hustle for market till him pass out self. No go do pass yourself, but the woman, the old woman in the street and the marketplace will hustle till she passes out. So once you hear this parade their dead bodies like zombies. Stock it up like ice fish. Sell it cheap to the common man. Come on, man, this isn't human. And I don't know what we humans have been into, but I guess this is inhuman. These passing out parades aren't convocations anymore. It is a burial party. So, brother, hold on to your brother. And brother, hold on to another brother. Together, let us hold fast to our consolations. Dear Bio, I have heard tales of yourselves. I heard that men go nuts even down in the south. I said, I have heard tales of yourselves that men go nuts even in the south, that even in the south, men still go nuts, that the sun in the north is not your mate. So to escape the heat, you have to hustle hard to put yourself on the spotlight. My son, your heart is engraven in the sun. So make every single piece that comes out of you a hit. And remember that your true identity is not found in the shadows. So hustle hard to put yourself in the spotlight. Connect like network to television. I said connect like network like television. Our world is sick and needs some healing. So nurse or doctor, the pain, you are an artist. Let your pain and your paintings draw my inspirations. Let your pain and your paintings draw my attention to the ills and the pains and the wrongs in our society. Teach me to right those wrongs with those your pains and your paintings. Turn those sketches to stitches and heal the world. Because amidst the many things an artist like me needs, he needs time, he needs space. So find your space, travel the ends of the earth, build a strong circle, because in this space, we all are struggling to make ends meet. I said, in this space, we all are struggling to make ends meet. And if ends doesn't meet, chill, guy, relax, take home your meat. Eat and be merry, because home is where we all will always meet. Dear Bio, what is it by your time? Dear Bio, what is it by your time? Can you now tell what is right from what is left? Or do you even know what is left from what is right? Can you withstand a fall? To detain your pride in the cell of your own price and pay attention to the details on a mother's love. Oh, mothers. To highly esteem a mother's love is common sense. To make use of it is first class. To pass it on to another is first hand. So guard these words closer to your heart like a pendant, an art piece. And if truly you are an artist, then let your art ease me whenever I have a piece. Finally, cherish your bloodline dearly. Keep them closer off the hook, offline. Remember, it isn't wise to raise a family online. Dear Bio, life is a gift, so cherish it dearly with both hands. And never you pass by a passerby who is about to pass out and yet still fold your hands. Do nothing till he passes out. Be the good another calls God. I said, be the good another calls God. And hear this. More than half of what you have is not yours to keep. More than half of what you have is not yours to keep, but to give. To live is to leave behind memories of good works and good wills. I don't know about you, but this sounds like good news to me. Dear Bio. Thank you.
That is definitely good news. Can you celebrate? That was wonderful. That was truly amazing. Thank you so much, Isaac Daniel, for that wonderful piece. Dear Bio, what is it buy your time. I think that's what I heard. What is it? Buy your time. Tell someone beside you, dear, dear, ask for the person's name. Dear, what is it? Buy your time. Your vision and your dreams are not for yours to keep. It is to what? It is to give. That was truly amazing. Please let's celebrate that wonderful, wonderful talent. Amazing. All right, so we will have our first speaker for today. Our first speaker will be helping us to understand and to know how to gain authority status online. All right. So our next speaker is a brand communications and a media expert, is a youth reformer, a social entrepreneur, and a leader. He is the founder of the Young People Connect Africa, a fast-growing community of change makers. Joseph is an alumnus of African Leaders Initiative Program, Regional Leadership Center, Accra. Joseph, through YPC Africa, has changed the lives of more than 400,000 young Africans, equipping them with creative, independent, and employable skills in the entrepreneurial and technological space. In the year 2019, Joseph was nominated and became the first runner-up for the prestigious FBI Awards for Influence through Education and Social Good. Joseph will, with the core focus in income, influence, and impact, is known for his innovative ideas and entrepreneurial skills, branding, and digital business model. With no further ado, please let's make welcome the convener of this conference, Mr. Joseph Etim. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Are we excited? Are we happy? Are we ready to connect? Are we ready to connect? Are we ready to hack skills and opportunities beyond borders? Are we tired of where we are? Are we tired of where we are? Some of you are not tired. Accept it. I'm not tired. I love where I am. Are we tired of where we are? Do we believe that there's something better? Do we believe that there's something higher? Okay, tonight I'm going to be talking about one of my favorite topics, some of the things I love doing the most. I'll be talking about digital skills mastery, gaining authority online. Did you hear what I said? How to gain authority online. I'll make it very easy. How to buy attention for what you do. Does that make sense? How to buy authority for what you do. How to buy attention for what you do. Right now, a lot of people, whenever we talk about social media, whenever we talk about technology, whenever we talk about, the new media stuff, there are things that people just, make their own limitation. Things like, I'm not a social media person. How many of us are guilty of that? How many of us are guilty of that? I'm not a social media person. I'm going to break some tables today, I promise. Just give me some time. But hold the leg so that it will not break. I'm not a social media person. I want to make this money. I want to go global. I want to do this stuff. I'm tired of where I am. But I'm not a social media person. I'm not a tech person. Now, one of the things you're going to learn before I'm done is a change of mindset, right? Because if there's something you need to do now, and if there's something that you don't currently have, like there's a current result you don't currently have, it means that there's an attitude, there's a mindset you must change. If not, nothing will change. I'm standing here now. It doesn't matter how much of, it doesn't matter whatever I want in life. If I don't move, will I move? Some of you want something new in your life, but you are not ready to take action. Now, there are two things that will change your life. First is action. Second is thinking. And that's where some of us will get it wrong. That's why in this conference, I've been trying to just dissolve that thought, that mindset of motivation. Because a lot of times, whenever we have meetings like this, the first distraction people have is, they won't motivate us again, right? But if a motivation can change your life, why not take enough of it? Now, there are a lot of people that are seated close to you. Like I said, you don't know who is seated close to you, right? So one of the first things you need to change is your mindset. Now, a lot of us, we are ready to dominate, we're ready to shine, but we've just maximized one platform I'm going to be talking about today. The platform, we all know it, is called WhatsApp. So there are ideas you have, there are this beautiful stuff you like doing, but you've settled for WhatsApp. You just believe that all the ideas I have in this life, like I'm going to be very practical with you guys. Do you mind? Hope you don't mind. Let me talk to us. Can I talk to you? Can I tell you what you've been doing wrong? Can I tell you the things you can do right? Now, some of you have these beautiful ideas, business like good product, but you've decided that if it's not WhatsApp, there is nothing for you. So you wake up in the morning, you've like, WhatsApp, you could post 3,000, like you could upload 3,000 stuff on your status. But do you know what that does? Imagine you took 2 days, 3 days, a week, 2 months to create one magical content, right? And you just wake up one morning and you decide to just upload it on WhatsApp. You know what happens? After 24 hours, what happens? It's gone. So if you must buy attention, you must understand the game of options. If you must buy attention online, if you must gain authority online, you must do what? You must understand that this is a game of what? Options. WhatsApp is an option. Does that make sense? Instagram is an option. LinkedIn is an option. YouTube is an option. TikTok is an option. All those other platforms, they are options. So it's not just enough for you to say, I'm not a social media person, but every day you're on WhatsApp. I have this product I've been struggling to sell. How can I learn how to sell? But there's a tweet, like somebody made a tweet, like a joke, and you took it upon yourself. I'm going to make this thing go viral on your WhatsApp. But you have a business, you have a product, you've sworn. You've told yourself, I'm not a social media person. I'm an introvert. An introvert that can make somebody else's stuff go viral, but your own stuff is still there. You are not ready to gain what? Authority online. Are we making progress? It's a game of options. Whatever idea you have, it can become so big. But you must understand what? It's a game of options. I have issues with people that say, I'm a spoken word artist. Please, can we put our hands together for Pastor Abu Jibril? He just came in. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. I'm really excited today because today is one of those days in my life where I just get to witness some of the things that I've been mentored to achieve. There's something I'm going to be talking about in the last point. It's called mentorship, and I will just try to, give us nugget on the area of mentorship. But I just want to appreciate Pastor Abu Jibril. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Now, one opportunity will change your life. Did you hear what I said? One person you meet will change your life. One person you decide to listen to do what? Will change your life. But some of us, we've sworn an oath. I love the way I am. Like, nobody can. This is who I am. Who you, like some of you are 24, 25, 30. That who you are, that version of yourself has never helped you to become anything. Your bank account is still red. You are still proud. This is who I am. Who you are is a risk to what you can achieve. Your next move, your current who you are is a threat. So when I say one opportunity, one person can change your life, I'm speaking because Pastor Abu Jibril has impacted me so much. Some of the things, the messages, his lessons have transformed me. And one of the reasons why we are doing Connect Conference 2022 and the topic and the theme is hacking skills and opportunity beyond borders is because I met someone that was able to teach me how to think global. So I wanted to put our hands together again for Pastor Abu Jibril. Thank you, sir, for coming. So I was talking about game of what? Options. I'm an introvert. This is who I am. I'm not a tech person. It's a call for you to understand that if you must gain and buy attention online, one of the things you must give up on is what? That personality. Before now, I'll tell you a story. Before now, if you talk about reading books, you are wasting your time. In university, me, forget this suit. Just forget what I'm wearing now. If you talk about books, I was never interested. I was when I got into school, I was this guy that when it comes to playing around, the stuff guys do. Like you go to female hostel, you just waste your life. Like you go 4 hours, like you are just chatting your life out. I was that kind of person until somebody introduced me to what it means to read books. Now I explain what books does, right? Some of you've never left your house. Some of you you've lived in Abuja for a long time. You've been living in where like you know where you stay in Nigeria. You've been living there for a long time. Now one of the easiest way to travel is through books. You want to go to Disney World through books. You want to go to Hollywood through books. So if you want to go to the UAE, what do you need to do? Books. Travel. This is who I am. That's not who you are. That is who you should change. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So I was talking about what? The game of options. And I said if you must buy attention online, one of the things you must understand that WhatsApp is an option, Instagram is an option, LinkedIn is an option, YouTube is an option. And I was trying to say that some of you say, I'm a spoken word artist, and I come to your timeline, people come to your timeline, there is no evidence, there's no trace of what you brag about. I'm beginning to talk to some people now. Am I talking to someone? I'm a tech savvy enthusiast. We come to your timeline. All those tweets that have been going viral is on your timeline. We can know what's happening in Nigeria. You're not ready. You're not ready. I tell people, sell what people should buy. If they're not buying, it means you're not selling. If they must buy, it means you must sell. If they're not giving you attention, it means that there is no sugar. I tell people that if there is sugar, what will happen? Ants will gather. If there are no ants, what do? Put sugar. Spoken word artist, you have never done a video. You are not ready to buy attention online. Spoken word artist, you don't have a YouTube channel, you've not been creating content. It's called content. What? Create is you are to do something. Now there are different ways you could create content. You could write, right? You could do audio, you could do video. So the first step is to what? You write down. Cool. The second step is to do what? You speak, you talk to yourself, you record it. Before now, I didn't like how I was. Like my voice killed me. I will never. But I'm here now. I decided that I must do this stuff. Some of you, your limitation is how you sound, how you think. You think you are not enough. You must give yourself the permission to do what? To shine. Whatever you do, you must ask yourself, what is the best way to deliver that idea at the highest level? What's the best way to deliver that idea at the highest level? Who are the persons doing that in Nigeria? You want to be a media guy in Abuja, who are the top 10? Do you know them? I'm not a social media person. You're not on Instagram. Like you don't know the guys that are doing the stuff, doing the magic on Instagram. You're not ready now. You're not ready. Some of you have been selling ebooks. You're an author. You don't know, like if you talk about authors, like top ranking authors in Nigeria, you don't know. You're selling books. You're an author. Just maybe you need a retreat. You need to go and tell yourself, I've been doing this thing wrong. I need to just do it big. Because if you must go global. Now, I tell people there are 7 seasons in a man's life, and I'll be very fast. There is Monday, there is Tuesday, there is Wednesday, there is Thursday, there is Friday, right? The first season is Monday. Monday is season to discover yourself. Does that make sense? Tuesday is season to practice, and I'm going somewhere. Wednesday is season to master, and I'll stop at Thursday. Thursday is season to perform. Now, this is what some of us do. We discover on Monday, and we rush to perform on Thursday. Now, what this does is if you announce yourself before your time, right? Your first product can ruin you forever. Imagine I want to become an artist. I want to sing song. I just discovered I could sing in my bathroom. And I decided to release a song, right? And God now favored me. I got a crowd, 2 million people, and I gathered. They gathered, right? And I was singing. and I disgrace my destiny, I disgrace my family. Do you know what happened? It means I've been able to gather people for free and tell them that this is the reason why you should never listen to me again. Do you know what will happen? What will happen is that 2 million people will go and, like, everybody knows somebody. So they'll go and they'll go and do free promotion for you. That guy, Joseph, no column, he would disgrace you. That's what we do. So from Connect Conference now, oh, Joseph talked about show up, get an idea, just, and one thing just spark, and just tomorrow morning, your bio change. You know what you put down? You know what you put? Like, you just edit your bio. Brand strategies. You know, just put one bogus English there. And there's nothing, like, you've never read a book, you have no clue what you're doing, and you want to ruin the businesses of people like they've taken 10 years to build. That doesn't work. It's a game of options, right? Another thing you must understand is if you must buy attention online, some of you, you've never paid attention to this, you must build confidence. It's not what you know, it's how you talk about the little thing you know. Does that make sense? I'm the best branding strategist in Nigeria you can meet. Me, Joseph. Because I know so. I believe so. And I've been able to do what? Communicate that value. So if anybody must believe in you, you must do what? You must believe in yourself. You must have confidence enough that you can do this. Some of you, the reason why you can never buy attention is because you don't believe in yourself. You're not confident. Now, one way to know that you're not confident, don't just tell yourself that I lack courage. Is a sign that there is something you don't know. So whenever you lack confidence, imagine you have an exam tomorrow and it's like you're feeling that you're not ready. It simply means that what? There is something you don't know. That once you know it, you are good. Does that make sense? Confident. How do you become confident? There are books you must read, there are people you must study. I want to talk about 3 phases that you could use to buy attention online. Number 1, incubation. Incubation. Number 1, incubation. Incubation. Now, when I talk about incubation, I mean that season in your life where you sit with yourself. Some of us, we've never had honest conversations with ourselves before. Sit with yourself. Accept that this thing, you don't know how to do it. Some of you want to become a public figure, you want to become a thought leader, but you know that you don't know how to write. You don't know how to speak. But you're lying to yourself. You must sit with yourself first. This thing, I don't know it. How do I learn it? Like I said, I've never been like this before. I had to learn how to do this thing you see me do. I had to learn. Some of you read my post and you're like, this guy is talking to me. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's not because I decided to just wake up one day and just inspire you or teach you. It's that there was a period in my life when I would write and my friends would laugh at me. Joseph, you again. Go on. Then one day I sat with myself. I need to learn how to write. What tools? Who do I need to do? Who do I need to like I learn how to write? I write on paper. I read, I talk to myself. Does this make sense to you? You go for research. Some of you want to penetrate a particular niche, you've never done research. And that's why immediately you hit, like the bounce back, you will never return again because there was no research. So if there's any niche that you have interest in, what's the first thing to do? Research. That's where some young people miss it. Research. 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 You want to dive into tech. What? Research. You want to go into new media. What do you do? Research. You want to go into startups. What do you do? Research. Climate change. What do you do? You research. You want to go into digital marketing. What do? You research. Some of you, you've never researched before. I mean, this one, I want to, the next thing you do, you create a Facebook page. Talk to your friend. I mean, if you make that's not, I won't post for that my Facebook. You don't tell, I never post there. They'll create for you. And that's why you're not buying attention because you've not done what? Research. Some of you are frowning at because like I'm talking to you. Please smile. Tell your neighbor smile. Tell your neighbor smile. Tell your neighbor smile. Research. If you must be the next, if you must buy attention online, you must do what? You must research. Who are the persons doing this? There's a particular quote I love so much, and I'll say it because we're young people. Never compete with somebody you should be learning from. Some of you have been competing with the people you should be learning from. Somebody that should be your mentor, you're competing. He posts this tomorrow, you say, create content creation, you create your own. Be humble. Be humble. Number two, I call it participation. Talked about incubation where you do your research. Any niche you want to venture into, how are things done there? What are the tools? What are the skills required? You research, you learn. Number two is what? Participation. What do you do there? You practice. Some of you have never practiced before. You practice. You practice. You want to become a journalist. What do you do? You've done your research. What do you do now? You learn the skill. What do you do next? You practice. You don't go into the market. You do what? You practice. Does that make sense? It's like I'm talking to the wrong audience. Does that make sense? When you observe, when you've done your research, what's the next thing to do? You learn a skill, then you do what? You practice. You don't go into the market. That's why you miss it. That's why you go to Facebook and it's like after some while, like after a week, after 2 months, after a year, you are stuck. This thing is not for me. It's because you didn't do what? Practice. You don't practice on Facebook. If you have some friends, be sharing ideas with them. There's a business idea. Let's talk business. Have friends that you discuss businesses with. Does that make sense? Am I talking to someone? Talk to yourself. Challenge yourself. You do what? You practice. And until you practice, you cannot buy attention online. Now, it is in the place of practice that you gain mastery. Does that make sense? It's in the place of practice that you do what? You gain mastery. Some of you have never practiced before. You don't go into the market. You do what? You practice. You practice until you are sure that you do what? You gain mastery. How do you gain mastery? You keep practicing. It doesn't matter how long. It has to be for 10,000 hours. Practice. You want to learn how to write? Keep practicing. How do you practice? That's how you now know, okay, I've learned this thing. So now on my timeline, I need to start doing what? Practicing. You have a beautiful picture. What do? You practice with it. Today, you choose a topic. Write about it. Then you see some 3 comments. Wow, inspire me. Don't use that comment and ruin your destiny. Keep doing what? Practice. Because a day will come that you just go out and nobody will give you attention. You not say, what did I do wrong? No. Practice. Never you focus on the reaction on social media because nobody cares about you. You will not believe me. Nobody cares about you. And you shouldn't feel bad. Nobody owes you that. Some of you, the likes you get is because I'm your best friend. So, Joseph, no like today. Let me just like it. And some of you don't make it worse. Since nobody likes it, what do? You go and like it. You go and like it. Ladies and gentlemen, can we celebrate King John Obidi in the building? Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. What do you do? Are we distracted? If you make me angry, we will not bring. I'm speaking like convener, you're not giving me attention. This is the last speaker for today. What do? You practice. So the first, you do what? Incubate yourself. How are things done there? What are their methods? What are their practices? What do they do? What skills did they learn? What tools are they using? How can I be the next? You do what? You practice. Then the next thing is what I want to just end with, mentorship. And I said, Never you compete with those you should be learning from. Young people that are arrogant, like not that I am young, we are arrogant. We believe we've arrived. You just got $10,000 and nobody will hear what, how much, who is he? And that will be the last $10,000 you ever earn in your life. Because what? Proud. Mentorship. The fastest way for you to reach any level in life is through what? Through mentorship. Because by your strength, you will achieve less. But by mentorship, the sky is just your starting point. So what do? You pay the price to do what? To be mentored. Some of us, you've sworn an oath. I said that yesterday. If I ever pay for any class, even though it's free, I beg. And that's why you're like this. Because you've told yourself, I will never make it in life. Because that's what you're saying to yourself. Mentorship. Who is currently mentoring you? Ask your neighbor, who is mentoring you? Who are you learning from? Who is inspiring you? Now, hear me. I said this yesterday. I'm on WhatsApp. So if you post on WhatsApp story status and I don't like what you're posting, I'll mute you. It's my timeline. If you post on my Facebook, once I notice you, if I see any stuff on my story I don't like, if you post rubbish, you're out. If you're my best friend, we'll be talking like I'll make sure we're best friends real life. But on that social space, it's my office. You are distracting me. Some of you don't care. So you made one good move. You want to buy authority online, you want to buy attention, and that was the day you took time to build content, to create content, and you just posted. Then a friend came, Joseph, you don't start again. Then you now go and you just delete it. Because somebody, like I said, imagine we're having this conference and your best friend went to off the gen. He's your best friend. That's what they're doing. Your platform is your office. You don't know who is watching you. You don't know who is watching you. And some of you, you've been doing good stuff. And just because you've not been getting the likes you want, you give up. What if the one person watching you, the one like you got was for Winfrey, would you give up? You're looking for 1,000 so that, no, keep doing it. Because one opportunity will change your life. So if you must buy attention online, one of the things you must master is what? The place of sugar. If you're not getting attention, it means what? That there is no what? There is no sugar. And if ants must gather, what will happen? There must be sugar there. If you've not gotten anything from what I've said, understand this, that if there is no ant, there are no ants, right? It means that there's no what? There is no sugar. So what would you do for ants to come? Is to pay the price to make sure that what you think you have is not just ordinary, is what? Sugar. Because once there is sugar, it doesn't matter how long, ants from everywhere, they will gather. I'm just hoping that this conference would just take us to the next level and give yourself the permission to shine. Because we're not just bringing speakers. John Obidi came all the way from Dubai, and if he's doing that, and like I said yesterday, that you were set ablaze, then you went back to your old friends where you were before, and you did what? Shh, water. It means you are not ready to buy attention online. So pay the price today to learn. Pay the price today to do what? To give attention. Tell your neighbor again, motivate me. Motivate me. If your motivation will give me $10,000, I need more of that motivation. Now, we are packed in a room where whatever they say with this mic, don't take it. Not personal. Don't take it casually. Take it as an instruction. Did you hear what I say? Did you hear what I said? Take it as what? As an instruction. Put it around your neck. Don't let it go until you see the manifestation. Because this is that opportunity. This is that defining moment for everybody here. And this is that opportunity you've been praying for. And I'm so sure this will be your miracle. So, ladies and gentlemen, just enjoy the ride and just take it in bit by bit, because this is Connect Conference 2022 and we're just getting started. My name is Joseph Etim and I'm really excited to be here. Thank you so much.
Wow. Always representing, always. Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. So we're moving into the next phase, but just before we go on, we want to just take a little bit of feedback. A little bit of feedback. So who can tell us one or two things they learned from this particular session? One or two things. Anyone? We'll just take two people. One and then okay, two. Yes.
I'm Okoroma Somachi. I'm an accountant.
Thank you so much. This is a very important thing. I was really saying that I really feel the one thing, one very important thing is that you don't have to focus on your weakness. Like, focus at peaceful. It doesn't care about what you feel. Okay, think about showing off. Personally, my table was broken and shattered because I prefer WhatsApp. I'm a WhatsApp person. It's full of privacy. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So he was talking to me directly. He was talking to me directly, and so what I'm doing is to use that as WhatsApp to go and dominate, show up on IG, show up on Facebook, the rest of them. Oh my. Okay, show up on TikTok too. On the necessary platforms. Thank you so much.
Together, our hands together. One thing he said that was very instrumental, and I think it's very pertinent to note. It's similar to what we know Jordan Peterson, right? Jordan Peterson, very blunt young man. He said, okay, he's not a young man anymore. He said, tell yourself the truth, or at least don't lie to yourself. Tell yourself, say the truth, speak the truth, at least do not lie. And if you notice, in line with his manner of speaking, Joseph, he's not only telling us the truth, but he's also telling us to tell ourselves the truth. Evaluate where we are. Please come put our hands together for the young man once again. Our hands together. And I use the word young man deliberately because, when we keep reminding ourselves that he's a young man, it serves as a personal sport to us. What are we waiting for? Ask your neighbor, what are you waiting for? Now ask the other person, what are you waiting for? I'm tempted to sing one of my Linkin Parks. What the hell are you waiting for? Yeah, but okay. So the next person that would, we said we take two people could have spoken. The next person that would speak to us is Mr. Julius Afolabi. We've been trying to establish contact with him, and fortunately we have. So he would be streaming in, and we'll take his citation first, and then. But before we go on, pardon my bias. I've been seeing Daddy J.O., from afar. For the past 5 years, he has been mentoring me from afar. So, Father, just to share a very personal story. In my diary, they say great men keep diaries. Yeah. Did you catch that? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So in my diary this year, I wrote, and I quote. I wish I could have brought. I said, I have a feeling. You know how we write diaries now, right? I have a feeling that my path will cross with John Obidi's path soon. Serious, I wrote it. So one day when he did his new hairdo, I commented on his status. I'm pumping with the mic. I told him, I said, you look good, John. And guess what he said? He said, you look good yourself, son. I went back to my dad. I said, this is confirmation. We'll meet very soon. So it's an honor to meet you in person. So guys, can we appreciate Daddy J.O.? You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. Good to have you. Good to see. I said something. The wisdom letters have become flesh. Yeah, the word has become flesh. You're welcome, sir. So we'll take Mr. Julius Afolabi. We'll get his citation, and then when he's done. When he's done. All right. So please, can we, even though he's joining us online, let us create the vibe that will make him, give it to us as it is. Can we welcome Mr. Julius Afolabi? Your hands together.
Julius Afolabi, years of cognate and diverse work experience in the banking, the paid off with proficient skills and experience in business development, core banking operations, operational excellence, and change management, training and development, business process analysis, and re-engineering, having delivered operational costs saving over $4.5 million and deposit mobilization of over $33 million, plus over 2,500 new businesses in less than 15 months.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. If you can hear me, please just let me know. Let me know if you can hear me. Just let me know. Can see and hear me? Let me know. Okay, great. Everything is clear. I want to start by first of all tendering unreserved apology for the third world reality of the network hitches from this side. But let me start by saying that it's been a very wonderful conference since yesterday. Amazing things have happened since yesterday, beginning from the first speaker, Mr. Philip Abuola, who came passionately with the power of purpose, pounding our hearts to go beyond borders and to reinvent ourselves and then scale all the heights that we must scale. And then the second speaker, and then the third speaker, Mr. Lamidi Johnson, who came with 8 powerful stones to knock down the third world reality. And today we are in for a great day. Very soon the slides are going to come up from your end. I like to use slides, and that's part of me, kind of. All right. So that's my own peculiarity. I don't know what yours is. What makes you stand out in the midst of standards? And I like the slides to go as fast as they can so that we can gain up speed. And then before I also proceed further, I'd like to recognize all that have been in the conference, the guest speaker from afar, Mr. Kumai Oga, and sitting in the live audience, the legendary John Obidi. That's a big acknowledgement from my side here. Welcome on board, and thanks for joining this particular conference for the required shift. So, what makes you stand out in the midst of standards? Now, peak performance, my subject, which we're going to demystify in a very short time that we have. I pray the time will be sufficient for us to capture everything within it. Now, peak performance engineering for modern day success. What exactly is peak performance engineering? And when we say for modern day success, what's modern day success? The fact that whatever it is that your potentials, your ability, your capability can transcend beyond your local region and reach out beyond borders. That means that your abilities are of a great usefulness, not just within your confines, but they are compatible all around the globe. Now, let me give you a small illustration of what engineering looks like. Now, look at this. This is the picture board of a TV, right? Now, if you look at this, this is engineering. Now, you know that idiots can produce this, right? That's to tell you that you can't architecture peak performance without a measure of dynamic and kind of pulse taking thinking. So you can see it's a connection of a lot of things. When we say engineering, we're simply saying an application of your sense, your skill, your science, and in mathematics that can solve complex problems. As it is now, you won't see if anything is wrong with any of these little things that you can see here from the back end of that particular TV. You won't see anything if anything goes wrong here. So what happens in the front end are necessarily produced by what happened in the back end. So as a person, a little thing about myself that gives me the authority to be able to speak about the subject is this. Far back as when my days back in secondary school, right? Now, from GS1 to GS3, I was very good in business studies and the rest of them. But I was this kind of person that had a passion for reading. right? And so they said science students are the ones that love to read. They are the ones that like reading. So because I loved reading, what happened was that I joined the bandwagon. I entered into the science class. Unfortunately for me, um, physics was good because I was good in mathematics and further maths, but science was a misery for me. My notes were never up to date, and then I never scored beyond 49 in chemistry. Now, until I got to SS3, and I told myself, I'm going to go and write for egg, and I won't like anything to do what? To stop me. So I took the bull by the horn. My parents were not so lettered to understand the reality of what my challenge is. So I had to apply what I call U-turn management, right? U-turn management is the ability for you to know when to turn back from the wrong route. So I went to the commerce teacher and I went to the accounting teacher and told them that I wanted to switch from science to business to the commercial class. And they said, "Are you insane?" I was like, "No, it's because I am not sure that I am going to perform as required at my highest potential if I continue in this direction." And they now made me to sign an undertaking that I was not going to spend less, I was not going to score less than 60% in any of these two subjects or other subjects that will be considered for my switch. So I wrote the undertaking by myself. Now, one thing I want you to understand is that what your resolution must be stronger than your resistances if you want to perform at peak. That's one thing that you must understand. So what happened? I decided, okay, I've written an undertaking. What's the next practical step to take? I decided to look for the best guy that is in accounting. So every day after school, I will follow him home, and for 2 hours every single day, I continued that for more than 60 days in order for him to teach me accounting from the scratch. So that was how I learned accounting. The other one was commerce. I was able to read commerce and get into it. Now, at the end of the day, I had A's. I had an A2 in commerce and I had a C4 in accounting. At the end of the day, I studied accounting, and the guy that taught me accounting did not study accounting. That's where I started from. As soon as I left secondary school, there was no awaiting result. I started teaching. Right now, I was one of the last people that got admission into the university, but I was one of the best people. I was one of the best graduates in my class and in my set. Now, how did that happen? Right, school had started in September 1996, and I got admission January 20th. And on the first day that I got into school, right, they were writing a test. I was there on the queue to collect my what? My admission, my admission letter, right? I was on the queue, and they told me that accounting students are writing a particular test. They call it Account 105, maths for accounts. I had not done anything. I didn't attend any lecture. Now, my thinking was this. I said, there may be no makeup test for this particular subject, and that's going to affect my score. And then I went in to write that test. I scored 8/25 in that particular test, but I was not the least. The best guys that scored beyond me were about 2 or 3 guys in that particular test. Why did I say all this? That is to say, there must be precision thinking before you can think of performing at peak. Right? So that's why I asked you the question, what makes you stand out among standards? Every time you see athletes in a race, the reason why they breast the tape is to recognize what makes you stand out among standards. But then nobody is going to celebrate anything that happened between the starting line and the finishing line, because whatever happens between the starting line and the finishing line was before the starting line. So whatever has happened back end is tested the moment you hear go. That's when it starts, right? So your peak performance is engineered from somewhere to be exhibited another place, right? So let's kick off with the slide. So many times we find out that what is keeping people from performing at their best is because they have not been able to envision the real experience before they jump out to start. Like I was listening to Joseph while he was saying, is that what a lot of people jump out unprepared. The moment you jump out underprepared, you will be seriously frustrated. That's the truth, because reality will judge you the way they see you. Are we together? The reality will judge you the way they see you. Next slide. Let's move fast. So you find out that you can now move from your room to the world, right? That's the collapse of every form of hindrance. The moment you have the privilege, for instance, what is happening in this conference now, I'm speaking to you virtually, and that's the same possibility of rendering my resourcefulness to anybody that needs it all around the world. Now, but then without the resourcefulness, the resources of the internet are bankrupt and impotent to me. So ignorance can make your importance impotent. Are we together? So you find out that right from your room, you have to design your reach. Where the problem is design. So it's design thinking that determines delivery and performance. So when we say performance, we are simply saying that what? You are performing, you are functioning as required. You are delivering at your highest potential. So, and when we're saying peak, we're simply saying at the highest level, right? So, but then when we say engineering, because I like to break words down, you understand, it's called analytical thinking so that you can have critical and smart delivery, right? So you have critically thought. And then when you're making submission, it is making sense. Are we together? So it's making sense. So engineering is simply the application of your sense, your skill, science, mathematics to solve a complex problem. We can also say that what? That engineering simply means what? Trained to design and build system. I like system building so much, so much. If you can't build a system, then it will be practically impossible for you to deliver predictable result or engineer predictable result. One of the things that is making this work is that there's a system. Now there are human systems, there's artificial system. We'll get to that, right? So let's take the next slide. So you find out that engineering is simply your craftsmanship. Can we go further? That's just about me. I get paid for helping you to build compatible solutions that are globally competitive without manipulation or hype. Now, and I specialize in skill and knowledge-based entrepreneurs, business owners, and professionals, right? So that's just a bit about what I've done in the past. And I'll be sharing some of my experiences with you as we go on. Can we go to the next slide, please? So you find out that this is what happens. And these are the three things I want to achieve. And I'm believing that at the end of this session, you'll be able to take on this. Why are you hacking your skill for global opportunities? What is the peak performance that will enable you to hack global opportunities? How can individuals and businesses and organization engineer this peak performance? Now, there was this organization that discovered that their sales were going down, were nosediving, and they decided to do an espionage. There's something called espionage, right? An espionage is where you go into a competition, right? You go to competitors and find out what exactly they are doing. They call it a research method, right? You go in there and find out what they are doing, and then you do comparative analysis of what they are doing and what they are doing, and then you align it with customer needs to be able to create a new frontier of market. Do you understand? You are now aligning what the market needs with your potential from research. Are we together now? So, and about 2 days ago, I met a young man, and I asked, "Oh, you have graduated from the one college of health tech or so. Say you've graduated, just my neighbor here." And he said, "Yes." So what are you waiting for now? He said, "I want to go for internship." So where do you intend to do your internship? And he said, UCTH here, maybe somewhere in, I said, "Why UCTH? Why don't you look for another place?" Currently they're on strike. He said, those other places, they are not going to pay the way they will pay me in UCTH. I said, "What did you study?" He said, science lab tech, something like that. I said, "Do you know how rich that particular course is outside the shores of Nigeria?" Don't limit. He said, "I am an engineer of Cross River State, so I'll get." I said, "That is what has finished and limited you. The fact that you think that you are an indigene and you get advantage from your indigenization is going to limit you totally. Do you know how much this particular course we're talking about now is worth in Dubai? How much they need that resourcefulness in Dubai? But because your mind are settled with your locality, you are not a global candidate. So right now, you have taken yourself off the list of people that can cross this boundary, and you will be limited to this particular." So you can see that what? The moment your mindset is poisoned, there is no way your performance can encourage people to open their wallets, even when you have not solicited for it. Let's go to the next slide. So you find out that when you are able to think in these dimensions, it's easy for you to be able to think global. And then, so like I asked, the question is simple here: who are you when you are online and why? Right? Who are you when you are offline and why? Most of the things that happen online were the things we did offline. So most of the time, offline creates online relevance, right? Now, the online has a lot of information, but damaged mentality will not make you to be able to harness what the things that are online can create for you, for people to open their wallet or to even listen to you. Are we together? So that's why I talk about identity. If you really don't know who you are, you won't know where to function. You won't know who to work with. You won't know where you have to work and when you have to work. So your identity is going to engineer smart productivity. As a matter of fact, vision governs behavior. That's one of my mantras, my major mantras, right? Vision. If you can't see clearly where you are going to, if you know where you are going to, there will be places you will avoid. There will be persons you will what? You will ignore. Are we together? Your places you will ignore. And then your smart productivity is what creates your magnetic positioning. Are we together? The moment you show up with a particular kind of content that is from a research that is resourceful enough, the reason why somebody will like what you have posted is that what something resonates with them, right? The reason why people learn copywriting skills is the fact that they have researched into the pain of the customer, so they will engineer content in either text or video to be able to address that person particularly, like a mannequin. That's what they call the customer avatar, right? You go and do all that. So you can see that you can brand yourself to position who you are, your resourcefulness, and then that will determine whether you are going to generate transactions that will bring profit or transactions that will bring losses. Are we together? So from identity, you move what to smart what productivity. For instance, if you're supposed to be a lawyer and you are in the carpenter's workshop, what happens, right? You will be what? Like a square peg in a round hole. What happens is that it can still function, but with a lot of injuries. Are we together? When you're trying to force a square peg into a round hole, what happens is that there will be bruises, and those are the frustrations, right? So to a large extent, your identity, knowing exactly who you are, what your components are, there are different levels of awareness. There are some part of you that you know, and there's some part of you that people know and you know. And there are some part of you that you don't know and others don't know. That's where your potential well lies. And that's what training does for you. Now, let me give you, while you go to the next slide, let me give you the illustration of Michael Phelps. One time, Michael Phelps is one person that keeps thinking about beating himself and not beating others in his competition, right? If you know Michael Phelps, that's the great swimmer, right? So one time, he had a coach when he was preparing for the Olympics. And he said, for swimming, right? And the coach said, normally when you're swimming, sometimes the water will get into your goggles, right? And you will not be able to see. And that will affect the speed of your strides. Are we together? So what did they do? During training, they decided to put water into his goggles from the starting point of the swimming, right? And he will swim. Now, he continued that particular process to an extent that he knew the number of strides that will determine when he gets to the finishing line. So he was working with time, without the ability to see, swimming blind, and with the stride, with the number of strides. He knew that what, by the time I clock 100 strides of my, as I move my hand, I've reached the finishing line. So the time, the training was what? To measure timing. Are we together? So that's what we're talking about, precision thinking, right? Everyone that is a peak performer always finish before they start. Before Facebook gave you an opportunity to be able to create an account, they have already finished everything they want to do with you. That's why what appears on your page are the things you have given them permission to show you. So at the back ends, there is an algorithm, different touch points that is determining what you see in order to create an appetite for a transaction that brings profit to them. So that's why I'm asking you, why are you online, right? What are you online? Why are you online? A lot of people are online for being online sick. The system will continue to profit from you. And because we are in a skill transition age, there is the need for multi-skilling. There is the need for what? Upskilling, and there's the need for reskilling. You need to reskill, you need to upskill, and you need to multi-skill if you are going to ever future in global opportunities. Because if, for instance, your skill, why I like skill is so powerful and potent. It creates engagement for you. You cannot be stranded with your skill. If you are a barber, let's take it just normal barber, right? If you get into UK today, all you have to do is to go and find out what the registration processes are. But barbing will not be difficult. You only need to do a little, what do you have? A little kind of adaptation, kind of reorientation about how barbing is done on that other side. Do you understand? So on that other side, and to a large extent, that is what is going to determine whether you function there, but you will not be stranded. So you will need a required prescription. Remember my process, right? When I needed to perform at peak during the exam. Are we together? So I needed to separate time in order to reskill, to be able to catch up with all that I had not learned in accounting and commerce to be able to pass the exam. Now, the good news was that by the time I finished writing the exams, what happened was that my result was seized. And why was it seized? Right? I was writing exams, and then what happened? I was in I think number 42, right? I wanted to share the answer, and they said pen stop, and I did not stop. And the invigilator caught me, and I had to write a statement. Now that taught me a very big lesson. Mistake simply means you missed the take, so you have to retake it, right? So that's the way I saw it. That same night, when I got to school and they told me your results was not seized, I knew the reason, right? It told me that instructions are powerful. Now, there's nothing wrong with, failing or making mistakes, but then what you have learned from the mistake, why did you make it? What are you making of the mistake in order to make yourself relevant for whatever it is that you're doing? So right now, you just take 1 minute and go through all the slides because I've been allotted for time. So just take one on every of the slides, just take 1 minute, and then we'll do justice to it, and we can go as fast as possible. So you find out that after you have discovered that you have to that precision, and then your performance is determined by the prescription. So precision thinking is diagnosis, right? But the required precision is the system that creates the ability to perform at peak. So you find out that hacking skills simply means to successfully manage a discovery, an ability, or an unusual education into a proficient, productive, and profitable tool of influence and affluence. That's what hacking skills really mean, right? And you find out that a thought leader said, a leader takes people where they want to go, but a great leader takes people where they don't necessarily want to go, but ought to go. That's what training does for you. That's what mentoring does for you. And that's what determines whether you are going to perform at your highest potential. So ever since two twin disruptions happened to the earth, there has been a cultural shift. From digital automation to the pandemic, we saw a cultural shift. Why? How we think, how we live, and how we do business, everything dramatically changed. So if you don't have remote ability and compatibility, you'll be limited right now. Because if 63% of human beings are online and 83%, 92 to 93% of that 63%, about 5 billion people are online, tell me how many people you'll be able to reach if you don't have remote ability and compatibility. So that means your resourcefulness needs a good bike to be able to travel beyond the borders. People need what you know how to do beyond where you are. The reason for the internet is so that somebody elsewhere will be able to tap into your resourcefulness here and be able to pay you for it. That's why you don't need to see anybody before you even transact. A lot of people that you have transacted with, you have not seen them. The internet makes that available. So that's why we have human intelligence and we have artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence simply means we are transferring our human intelligence and market intelligence to machine, because the machine can run faster than a human being will run. Right? That's a machine. It has no soul. It can't be tired. But the human being determines its accuracy. It has speed, but it is garbage in, garbage out. So if you don't have it, you can't create it and you can't make it happen. So you can't create predictable results. So you must have that idea, that system building. Many times with my clients, I just ask you, what do you want to achieve? Then we start from what is your area of excellence, right? What are the things that you need to do and you must stop? The required action, not the things that you like, but you think that what you don't have to like but must do in order for you to get the result that you have. And that's what happens in transformation, right? So that's why opportunity beyond borders are simply your what are in the relevant skills that fit future roles and global opportunity. Look at it now. This is just an acronym for skill. It's structured solutions systems that sell. So that's about skill. So simple protocols of what? Viable visibility. You are not showing up because you want to show up. You are showing up because you have been able to hack into the problems of people and be able to use your resourcefulness to create solutions that can sell. So that's why you kill their problem with the results that are what? With predictable tools, right? You invest compassionately in people transformation and you lead with what? Compatible communication, right? That one makes you live beyond borders. So you can see why you have to jump the borders is that one error is not $1. So if you have to close the margin and take down the borders, you need in-demand skills. So there are locks that any key will open, but there are also keys that can open any lock. They call those ones master skill. So that's why you need mastery, right? To open opportunity. A lock that any key can open is useless, but a key that can open any lock has mastery. It means you are able to enter into an environment, you are able to take charge of that environment, you are irresistible, compelling, and you get people open their wallets even before you ask. So that's why I said this. Now, the first mail I received from Joseph was in 15th December last year. So for 6 months, this guy has been tenaciously creating the path. You understand? Creating the path to this particular event. So you can celebrate this event, but what has gone in behind the scene is what the engineering is. Do you understand? It is learning, is a lift. Are we together? So you have to be part of the path. That's why for me, there is done with you, there is done for you, and there is done, you do it yourself. Doing it yourself can be very slow and painful and frustrating, right? Done for you simply means that they have done everything for you. You are a copy. You are just a copy. Are we together? Like I said, you can write copywriting skills now, but what happens when you are in the elevator in the face of an opportunity? Can you still deliver the way you are supposed to deliver when you write? Are we together? So I like done with you, because done with you simply means I'm participating in the path to my peak performance. Are we together? So, and that's why you are here. So I like this to move fast, slowly, right? There are a lot of people that like the bypass, right? They want to jump process to get progress. You understand? But it is impossible. Are we together? It is what? Impossible for you to jump process and get progress. You will get trapped. It's like somebody running with half tank. You will get to a point whereby what? And half tank will stop you where you don't like. So that means incompetence, ignorance, irresponsibility will embarrass you in the face of what? Your biggest opportunity. A young man came from, I was part of the hiring board for a particular organization. Right. And this guy came into that board, sat down, and it was like he had 2-1 and the rest of them. And the first question that I asked him, he was an accountant. And on that board, there were 5 of us there. Apart from the job he was applying for, every other person on that particular board had another vacancy that guy could fit in. So he had 6 opportunities. But this guy, one question, I asked the guy, can you tell us about your project? The guy went mute. Apparently, he probably didn't do the project by himself. Now, the next thing I asked him was a simple thing that he would have done in 100 levels, right? That's to tell you that what your peak performance is a function of a compounding process, right? It is daily protocol. There's what I call the daily achievement protocol. And there's what is called the high focus hour, where when are you at best with what you do? Some the early morning hours, some afternoon, some in the late night. Are we together? So some in the late night. So you find out that what? This guy was in the face of opportunity, but you couldn't take anyone. So I asked him a question. When I asked him, please, can you tell us about your project? He went mute. I said, you know what, young man? You lost this job while you were in school. That's what I told him. So peak performance is the process of transforming your ability, that is your skill, your talent, your passion, to supply what? At the highest potential. And who is a peak performer? You can see that. One who has intentionally built an irresistible brand that supplies in-demand what? Offers. Are we together? What it supplies what? The in-demand. So you are constantly supplying solutions that are rare and relevant. You are never bankrupt of ideas about what is needed or required. You are operating a simple, clear, safe, strategic method that delivers predictable results. And then you find out that you are operating a proof-producing system. Everybody knows that when they deal with you, they will get the result that they want. You understand? You make connection and attention meaningful. Now, if I ask you now that in the last time that we have been talking now. I don't know if our connection has been meaningful. Right? Oh, somebody said we lost you. Are you with me now? Where at what point did you lose me? At what point did you lose me so that I can? Okay, said we are fine now. So you can see that what? Who is a peak performer? You can see that now. So you can see the credentials you're looking at there. Those 5 credentials are not credentials that you pick on the road. They are functions of hours, function of thinking, of reading. When I was reading about China, I read this book, 5 Surprises of TC, with 5 Surprises of China by Edward TC, right? And I read this book, Score Point. Now, a particular coach, right, needed to win a particular match. So he had to go and watch several videos of the opponents before they will play. Several videos trying to understand and deconstruct what kept them on the top of the league. And he came out with the fact that, oh, this is what these people do best. In this particular area, every giant has a blind spot. Every what? Giant has a blind spot. And that's why it starts with what? Defining what exactly you want to achieve, building what is system. And that comes with what? Task awareness. What do I want to achieve? Then you have a personal work system. That's the PWSW. This is the, the protocol that I teach when I'm doing Premium Results Masterclass, right? So if you want to deliver that particular result, you have what? Created a system that makes the result predictable. You have done the mathematics that can give you plus or minus what the positive variance is and what the negative variance are. So it's about learning to improve how you improve. That's reverse engineering. That's what the coach did. He went to what made them to stay at the peak and reverse engineer so that it can change the algorithm and go beyond them, right? So the reason why you are behind is not because you're a failure. It's so that you can see what other people did best and go beyond it. So it's meant for you to aspire the best. If you have failed before, go back. It's called failure management. Go back to find out why you fail and what is required for you to change the game. Are we together? So you will discover that when you do that, you will be improving on a daily basis. So the system is about what? Self-management, task management, and commercialization. If you do all this and you cannot commercialize what you have created, there's going to be a very big challenge, right? So performing at your personal best with zero comparison. That's what Michael Phelps did. So you can't be trading hours for value. When your value is good enough, hours are collapsed by systems. That's why people create an online course that you create once, because creating that perfect product once will enable you to focus. There's what is called who, not how, by one of my strategic coaches, Dan Sullivan, right? That's a particular concept, that there are things that you don't do well and there are things that you do absolutely well. So the areas where you don't do well, you do what? You are going to transfer that burden. You outsource them to somebody that does it well. So you don't have to know how. You can outsource how so that you can focus on who you are. So that way, there's a synergy. And that's why the condition is that what? There must be a mental what? Focus, right? And there must be environment. Your environment has to do with your market what? Intelligence and the infrastructure. What I know plus StreamYard gives me an opportunity to be able to talk to you wherever it is that you are. When we talk about system, we are talking about human intelligence and artificial intelligence, right? It is garbage in, garbage out. So you find out that what? Your personal clarity about what exactly you want to achieve. Now, I went into a particular shop of a client. Now, she was not making sales. And then, how long have you been in this shop? 5 years. What is your rent per annum? 100,000. There are about 3 or 4 machines there that can do different things beyond what she's presently doing. Now, how many people do you work for? How many clients do you have? You can make, you can sew uniform for schools. How many schools are in your customer base? Just 5. In Calabar alone, how many schools do you have? Over 50. You have to now multiply your customers and then multiply your offers if you want to increase your income. In 90 minutes, because it was an action consultation, stuff, no? She engaged me for action consultation on what to do within 90 minutes. We are diagnosed the business. We given more options to do. You have 5 machines here that can do mufflers and do what? Socks. What do you do now? You have to now go. There are 50 schools. Let's look for 10%. If we get 10% of those schools, that's the numbers. Remember, engineering has to do with numbers, your sense, your skills, and your science and mathematics of solving a complex problem. Now you have stayed in that shop for 5 years, 500,000. How much have you made? How much do you make in a month? You can't tell. No documentation, nothing. Right? So you have to now create documents now. You now have to multiply your customers by increasing the number of people you can reach. So that's why you will have what? That 5-step model. The thinking, the task, the training, the transformation before you can get to what? The transaction. So you can get to what? That level of transaction. If you get to a level of transaction, that means that all that you have been engineering is working very well. And from there, you can have that what? You have 3 simple steps to engage in the business world. Can you see that now? Now read that particular statement on the right-hand side very well. Education is not the name of any degree or certificate that can be shown to others as a proof. Education is the name of your attitude, your action, your language, your behavior with others in real life. So the certificate you are carrying is bankrupt if you have a wrong attitude. You can be the best and then be bankrupt. Many times, some time ago, I sat down. I'm very intelligent, but I'm broke. What's the problem? So I started praying and I started reinventing and re-auditing myself. I started to audit myself and say, okay, while meditating, I now got the fact that what I'm doing is not bad, but how I'm doing it is the problem. So I now have to go back and start to reinvent myself. Wherever you are right now, that is not all you can be. You don't have to be somebody else, but you can be all you are in order to be able to get where you're supposed to be. So education is not the name of a certificate. That's why you have to graduate. It always starts from human intelligence, then people intelligence. Who do I need? Then the market. What does the market need? Then that is what determines how fit you are in the global opportunities, right? From there now, you find out that you can easily create anything. You can whip your skill and get wallet open without manipulation or hype. I went into a particular into a particular organization and they were not doing very well. So they needed to do very well, right? So what did I do? What's the diagnosis, right? What's happening? We are losing a lot of money. And I looked at the books of account. It's not about just looking at numbers. Can you interpret the numbers? Numbers have meaning, right? How can you interpret the numbers? Now, in what happened in that organization was that they were losing money to maintenance, right? That means the drivers were reckless. So I said, okay, let's do a behavior transformation and create an incentive that will change that particular behavior. So I said, this is what we're going to do, right? We're going to create what? Accident-free incentive, right? For every trip you make and there's no accident, you are going to get a bonus. Instead of increasing their salary, make it what? An incentive. And what happened? Every driver wanted to get that bonus, that incentive, and so they were no longer driving recklessly. Are we together? They were driving recklessly so that they can connive with the mechanic in order to get some money. But now there's a legal way in which to make that money, which they are not incapable of. You understand? So inside them, there's a capability to drive well, but they are frustrated by a lot of things. So you need a behavior optimization. So your education is not in your certificate. You can have first class and be a blatant failure. Are we together? So you can have first class and show up miserably and never buy any attention. Are we together? So we are right now, we are in the attention economy. But what must you do to get attention? It means you must understand how things work. What is the pain and the cry of the people you want to meet? So when you lack capacity, what will happen is that what? You will be bankrupt. And that's why I'm saying that what? If you don't lack capacity, you only need what? Commitment. You need to build your resourcefulness to magnet what? Resources. So many people don't have capital. They think capital is what is limiting them. No, do time capitalization and audit the way you are thinking and how you are connecting with the world, right? When you audit how you are connecting with the world in that particular organization, when that happened, what happened? Their sales. What happened? Their profit increased. Now, in my church, now we did a particular two particular events, right? One was relationship, was on relationship. The other was on business. Now, during the business seminar, there was we had only 90 people in attendance, and then during the relationship seminar, we had 450 people. So I looked at the figures. I was the youth coordinator at that time. So I looked at the figure. I said, oh, this is what these people are interested in. Let us create as a single and marriage fellowship. You know what happened? For complete 6 months, the hall was getting jam-packed with 600, 700, 500, 900. Why? Because you can't be selling what people don't need.
If you are in an office and you cannot deliver on your desk, you are already expired. You have created a vacancy. Employability simply means fitness to vacancy. So the vacancy is not only in the physical space, it's also in the virtual space. There are more jobs virtually than physically. And that's the reason why you need that remote ability and remote compatibility. So that's the compatibility is where your engineering comes, where you are able to fix your resourcefulness as a resource that engages your global world. The legendary John Obidi will say that you have to collapse the third world. If you allow the third world thinking to limit you, you remain limited. He say your fight is different. So if you can't choose your fight, you will always be a loser. That's the simple truth, because you energy mismanagement. You have mental, your focus is divided. You don't have breakthrough thinking. Your capacity, your courage, your confidence, and your competence, all of them will be flushed down the drain simply because you are fighting the wrong fight. It's like talking to the wrong customer. You will get exhausted and never get a buy. That's the sincere truth about it. So with this understanding, the REITs that you saw before we got to that split means that what? Wealth. The niches that you can function in, that you can make your skill compatible to, that you can get money, is that one thing about niching that I understand is this. I am a person that believes that you create a system that fits into many other places, right? That fits into many. You are a mold that can compatibly fit into other places. Now, two guys wanted to do fishing, right? So this guy said, we don't have a boat. Let's create a boat. So the two of them said, we'll build a boat. While building the boat, somebody was passing and said, this boat you guys have built is very, very nice. I want to buy it. One guy said, let's sell it. The other one said, let's not sell it. The other guy said, let's sell it. Okay, let's double the price. So they doubled the price and the person bought it. So they say, okay, we have enough money to build two boats so that we can expand our market. While building these two boats, what happened was that other people came and bought the two boats. You know what happened? Those guys never did fishing again. What happened was that they started building boats and yachts. And that's what created this yacht. Now, they became a yacht building industry. They left fishing. So you can see what happened. Through that discovery, they expanded their possibilities. So what is your actual reality today? That's what I want you to think about. What's my actual reality? Where do I need to fix? And what is the thing that I must do? So that's why I said, if you're going to be sought after, you must have an irresistible talent. And that talent is not just dancing. It's not just, when I say talent, I'm talking about the resourcefulness that creates what? A compelling attention and irresistible offers. That's why I said an irresistible talent is one whose incontestable uniqueness helps others to achieve their own dream, right? So you are unique. Somebody's uniqueness should not make you envy the person, because what? Allow people's uniqueness to help you to become unique. So that's why you must be amiable, accessible, have acceptable personality, exceptional resourcefulness, and the capacity to understand and interpret problems so that you can solve them easily. And with that, I think we have come to about, that should be the second to the last slide. Let's go to the last slide. That should be about second to the last slide. So I think that we have been able to do some good justice to this particular subject. So you must understand that you have precision thinking, and then you have required what? Diagnosis, required action. Then you must be able to dispense it. So if we have any question, I'd like to take your questions right now. I don't know if I have been able to answer the three questions that we're supposed to answer in the beginning of this particular session. So let me take your question now. So if there are any questions, I'd like to take the questions now. Can you hear me?
So if you have questions, I'd like to take your questions, your reactions. Do we have any questions? Hello, can everyone hear me?
Praise the Lord. This year, I was actually really feeling old and was wondering if I was in the right place. And I just wanted to sit down quietly and listen to all the wonderful speakers and get inspired myself. This year, I'm going to be 51. Just a little bit of background about myself. Just listen, I will try not to bore you. I found myself after some years in Kaduna, and for some reasons, let me just say, for some reasons, my father now disowned me. Yes, he disowned me, wrote a letter. He said, I don't want you to be my son any longer, and wouldn't sponsor me. But I came across books, I started reading books, and then every Sunday evening, just like we're sitting here, I used to organize something in Kaduna called School of Greatness, and that school has battered quite a number of people, and I won't call their names because I don't have their permission, but if I call a couple of names, you will know them. So I came into Abuja, I remember, the bus dropped me at Berger, and I had a black bag on my hands. So immediately it landed, I had nowhere to go. I hit the ground and I spoke to the land, and I said to him, I said, you this land, you must favor me. That's what I said. No place to stay. And somehow I got in contact with a friend around Airport Road, and that was the first place I started squatting. And after that, I squatted in Kubwa, then I squatted in Uye. He said, now you be general squatter. That was how my life was. But there was a day I now got, because I finished with lower credit from the Polytechnic, and you know, if you have lower credit, you won't be able to find jobs. Then I now went to ABU to do a PGD, then an MBA. Then one day, one of the lecturers came in and started talking about a concept called the balance scorecard. And I took special interest in the balance scorecard. I bought books about the balance scorecard. I researched the balance scorecard. And I didn't know, because I was consuming that subject, I was becoming a subject matter expert. And so, and I didn't know. For over years, I was just reading and reading, buying books and reading. Then one day, I got a job. They were paying me 40,000. And in this same Abuja, I entered into a lift, and I had some guys in that lift discussing the balance scorecard, but they were not discussing it the right way. So I now said to them, can I, with your permission, can I share with you guys? So they said yes. So we're on the 11th floor of that building. We're going down to the ground floor. And I started explaining to them how you design the balance scorecard, how you implement it as a strategy implementation tool and as a performance management tool. When we got down, I said to them, nice meeting you guys. One of them tried to say, where you they go? So I said, no, I'm going somewhere now. He said, no, let's go back. Then he pressed 11th floor and said, let's go back and see my boss. Someone got to his boss place. He asked his boss, he said, everything you said, repeat yourself. So I started again, asked them for a flip chart. I designed it for them. So the man said, where's your CV? It was actually a bank. I was earning 40,000. And they recruited me and started paying me 4 million. No, that wasn't that was not recently. That was in 2008. Let me say something to you. The world used to be round. The world is no longer round. And there are more than 200 million people living in Nigeria. Close to or slightly above 70% are young people. And there's a scarcity of young people on the face of this earth. That is why Canada will beg Nigeria to send people. I mean, they are not like literally begging. They want to beg people to push them there. That means that we are wealthy because we have the energy. Because there will come a time on this earth that we won't be looking at return on capital. We are going to be looking at return on thought capital, return on energy. And who has more energy than young people? So one of the biggest things you can do for yourself is set goals. I believe passionately in goal setting. And from that place, my dad had already disowned me. My mom didn't go beyond primary school. And it's not a big deal. Going to the UK is not a big deal. It's just another. Okay, this is one of my bosses. Going to the UK is not a big deal. But I now set a goal that I was going to acquire global and education and certificates and certification that will enable me compete not just locally. I hope you know, because the world is no longer around, your skill, your services, your product, your knowledge can no longer be local. Actually, there's nothing like local again. We are all competing on the same space. About 3 years ago, I was working in Lagos, and because I was pastoring a church here in Abuja, I was required to fly in every weekend. And for 4 years, I'm somebody that there's something. Once I say I'm going to do this thing, we will die there, they do, and that's it. So I didn't spend one weekend in Lagos, and I was flying from my salary, not from anybody. You know, people just believe that pastors take time and offer. I don't believe that. I earn my salary till date. And after I got tired, I said to myself that I needed to move sectors. And I broke into a sector I have never worked in. And it wasn't just because I went to an interview, I drank oil and put oil on my head. No. Guys, I read like mad. When I was done with the panel of interviewers, they knew they met somebody. Irresistible knowledge. Irresistible knowledge. So one of the most powerful things you can do is set goals. Set transformation goals. This version of you might not be able to compete at a global level. Change. Why should you change? You should change because if you transform, you become more valuable. What is value? The ability to solve problems. What is value? The ability to bring pleasure. What is value? The ability to collapse time and space. What is value? The ability to make processes simpler. What is value? Solving problems. Listen to me. Opportunities are not scarce. Money is not scarce. Customers are not scarce. They have never been scarce. They are not scarce. They will never be scarce. The only thing that is scarce is value. Once you present value, everything opens up. How many of you begged? How many of you use MTN here? Glow, Airtel, Wave now. I'm not collecting an offering. Wave. Just ask a simple. How many of you use mobile phones and you load data? Wave now. I'm going to talk about that. You need to be more confident. It's not a sign of confidence. Wave, come on. We're not taking money for that. So how many of you use data, use phone here? Wave your hands. How many of you begged MTN and cried? MTN was begging, please buy data from me. They won't beg you. They might advertise for advertising sake, but they are not going to beg you. Do you know why? They drop value. You need it. Listen to me. When you find yourself begging for a job, there's a deficiency of value. When you find yourself begging for customers, how many of you is Facebook begging Mark Zuckerberg say, I beg now, come, or on IG they are begging you? No. The reason why you must set transformational goal is that you become more what? Valuable. Hear me. US can come and beg you if you have the requisite skills. Tesla will leave where they are. Elon Musk will fly down himself to come and meet you wherever you are in Abuja. If you carry the skill that will shift his company from here to there. Number 2, set relationship goals. Set relationship goals. The first relationship goal you should set is the relationship with yourself. You must like yourself. Yes, you must like yourself. Some of us here, we're looking nice, you're covered with clothes, we don't know what you've gone through as a child. I'm sorry, some people have traumatic will have happened to you as a child. Maybe as a male, you could have been abused, you could have lost somebody, something that impacted on you. You look beautiful, you're all made up, your shirt, your tie is looking good, but inside you're a broken person. Listen to me, you need to heal, you need to like yourself. You need to set a goal to like yourself. Before you take on someone to fall in love with yourself. It's a skill you will need. It will help you stand before kings. It will help you stand before nations. You need to like yourself. Then you also need to set goals of the kind of people you need to meet. Before you relate with others, relate with yourself. When I was growing up, if my dad beats you in advance, child abuse, you said in case you commit sin tomorrow, in case you touch the wall, yes, in case you on the TV, when I say don't on the TV, so we beat you now so that you don't need to just go and withdraw, you withdraw beating. So beating is deposited in your life. So all of those things affect our mind. Some people were raped, some people were abused sexually and all of that. I mean, they have not told anybody. The pain is inside and it's affecting their confidence. It's affecting their creativity. It's blocking their creative juices. It's blocking their self-esteem. That's the reason why they can't look people into the eyes. That's why they can't address people. Listen to me. You will need to, it's painful, it's bad, it's not fair, it's not right, but you will need to heal and relate with yourself. Someone say thank you. If I was in church, I would have said say amen, but this is not church. Say thank you. Then you need to ask yourself, what kind of products should I offer? What kind of service? What should I present to my world? You also need to set mental health goals. Please hear me. A lot of people consume, before coming here, this is my 6th time today that I'll be standing before people to talk, and I was called, I came slightly late, I was supposed to be here for 5, but I had to rush somewhere to speak to a 10-year-old who watched something online and it's impacting on him. The world is global, we are all online, but watch what you feed on online. Don't go and feed on things that will get you depressed. You need to be mentally healthy. Don't watch things that will get you depressed. Don't watch things that will drain your energy. Don't watch things that will stifle your creativity. Watch things that spoil you up. This will be my first time of hearing, so listen to him. Listen to things that build you up. Listen to things that unlock your inside. Listen to things that strengthen you. Say thank you. Then set financial goals. What kind of money do you want to earn? What currency do you want to earn it? Ask yourself, where will my money come from? How am I going to earn? Where do I want to live? And it's possible. Please say with me, say it's possible. Yes, I'm not going to say a lot about money, but listen to me. It's possible for you to make the kind of money you want to make. I'm telling you, companies, systems, structures, nations can pay you top dollar for your skill if you build yourself. It's possible. You can design a product if you think well and think enough. Wake up at 5 a.m. Sit down quietly, begin to think in your area. Write down your ideas. Some are going to be ugly, some will be stupid, some will be useless. But if you keep doing it, you are going to hit a gusher. The empires of the future, the empires of the mind. This you, it's possible. The next app can come from your inside. Facebook must have hung around Nigeria. Nobody accepted it. It flew to the US. Yes, that's how ideas work. IG must have come. We said it's not possible. This is witchcraft thing. You know, everything in Nigeria is witchcraft. You see a huge tree that is drying up, you say it's witchcraft. You see a woman selling very good amala and people are rushing her, you said it's witchcraft. You've never asked yourself, what did she learn to make this sweet begiri soup? So it's very possible, right? So thank you for having me. Enjoy.
Wow. 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 You know, there's a reason why the word wow was invented. There are times when words cannot express. So you just say what? Wow. Wow. I just whispered to Maria, I said, where did Joseph get these speakers from?
Speakers,
have you noticed that it has been back to back from yesterday?
Back to back, yes.
And each person coming with his or her own package of value.
Exactly. And above all, the synergy is mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing. Really. Wow. So speaking about synergy, we're going to be synergistic right now and synthesize our ideas. Okay, what I'm just saying is we'll ask you for your own feedback and what you've learned so far. All right. So we'll just take few people. Is it few persons or few people now? Which is correct now? I got you. So we take few people and few persons that would share what they've learned so far. All right. What they've learned so far. You just give us in a very short and crisp format. So let's see hands up.
Okay.
We'll have limited slots.
Take one, two. Please, I think I want a lady. The guys have been speaking since the beginning of the conference, so please let's have two ladies.
Sustainable development goals now.
Yes. Two ladies, okay?
No
I have
problem.
one lady.
So have you gotten two ladies?
One lady. And
one lady.
Please, another
That's
lady.
not a lady. That's a young man there.
The
Okay,
lady
there's a lady
behind
there.
on dread, yes.
Okay.
And the
So
other lady
two ladies
on
here.
locks.
So how many slots are you giving us?
2 slots. So let's have 4
You
questions.
see the issue. I see how many slots. She said 2 slots. Like, come on, Maria. Okay,
Two
we'll take
slots.
2 slots. We've gotten one already.
Yes,
And one more. Yes.
2 ladies.
So straight to the point. What have you learned? So, or should we make it a bit more actionable? What action would you take as a result of what you have learned? I think that's good, right? Okay. So let's take there.
Thank you. My name is Ruth. Thank you. I'm an SME lawyer. And in this session, I learned that you can move from your room to the world. But much more than that, you need to upskill, reskill, multi-skill, and there is no limit to what you can do. So I'm currently thinking of using artificial intelligence to solve the issues that business owners face. I'm not going to spill everything out, of course, but that's the action. Thank you.
That's
Wow,
amazing.
come on, let's get
A
her
round of
for what she did is very smart. Because if she spills everything out, Joseph will steal it.
Exactly.
That's beautiful. Second, should we take the young man?
Yes,
Then,
let's take a man.
So, Sam, yes.
Good evening, everyone. It's been quite insightful, I must say. My name is Samuel Chukwuka Isaac.
Hi, Samuel.
I'm a cybersecurity professional, and I have actually learned a lot being in this program, starting from yesterday. They talked from Alamide, the whole storytelling thing. That is not something I've been very big on. And talking about social media, again, I live a very private life, maybe as a result of the virtue of my job. I like to keep, low profile, but I think it just comes naturally when you are doing cybersecurity. But then I think there is a way, from what he said, there's actually a way you can actually separate these things, your personal life from what you have out there on social media, and that is one very, very key thing I have picked. But another thing now, this is more like a feedback, is when they talk about social media, I am not big. I'm not even on Facebook because I feel there's a lot of noise.
You know. I mean, there's so many of us that aren't on Facebook.
Because I feel there is a lot of noise there. Instagram as well, because I feel there's a lot of fakeness going on there, right? Yes, I am on Twitter. It's cool because, yes, because you have to write, and it takes another level of thinking to write and express yourself, unlike what you just have on Instagram. Then LinkedIn is another very, very cool space, and it's unfortunate. Would I say unfortunate? Because when Joe was speaking, he was talking about Facebook and IG, and that is not my space, so I couldn't relate. You understand? Now it now made me feel like I'm not really acting. Maybe am I doing something wrong? You know, that kind of a thing. Now the action I'm going to, usually I do cybersecurity write-ups, right? But I try to tag it to my company because I Oh, okay. I try to tie it to my company. I don't put my face to it because I run a cybersecurity startup here in Abuja. So whatever I do, I just not Sam, the company. You get it? So but what I would do differently now is try to put
Project Sam.
myself, project Sam. Yeah.
All right.
That's
Thank you
just
so
it.
much
Thank
for
you.
that contribution. All right. So let's take the last feedback.
We said there are two more people.
Okay, two more. The third feedback
The
from
third,
Kai
there's a female.
and one male. That would be all.
No, you should not do this now. Come on.
We said
Don't
two.
confuse
We
us.
said
Yeah.
four. Two
I'm seeing multiple
females
hands
and
now. I remember there's a female. The last person, claim your spot. You are selected. Were you the one? Or you? Should we, you're tempting me to use the wisdom
guy on blue and
King,
red.
King Solomon. I want to slash the slot. Who wants it? Who should I give to the next? You should give it to. I see what you do there.
All right, good evening, everybody. I'm Deborah, digital marketer. So from what Mr. Abu Jibril spoke about, it was a short but very powerful speech. I just discovered that I have to start thinking globally, no longer locally. Thinking globally most time can be very scary because you'll be like, I grew up in Nigeria, everything is in Nigeria. So, and then one thing I'm going home with is to start striving for mastery. Anything I'm doing, I should become a master of that thing so that I can compete with the global world. I should no longer be trying to compete with people around me, but I should be competing my skills with the global audience. Thank you.
That's amazing. Amazing.
How many of us have seen that Robert Greene's book, Mastery? Everybody's reading 48 Laws of Power. No problem. The last person.
Good evening, everyone. All right. Once again, my name is Moses Gochuku, CEO of Versatile Furniture. Sorry, please.
Please do well to
All right.
put your phones on
Actually,
silent.
I want to speak from the last section that he spoke about. Yeah, when he was talking about the story when he came to Abuja and all the like, so it kind of tears something inside of me, kind of like my story, of how I'm into furniture. I could remember doing those stuff, and it was like I'm wasting my time, in Abuja, wasting my time. And just the same story. I'm a minister. Somebody called me and like about ministry, and all of a sudden I talked about my business. He said, "You do furniture?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Come to my house," and that changed my story. Hallelujah. And
You're in church, yeah. You just have to say hallelujah.
so
Okay,
so
what
I want to
action are
say
you
now-
taking?
What I
Yes.
want to say is never underestimate the status of a man you are meeting for the first time. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. That's
Please, can we put our hands
amazing. Thank
together
you
for
so
all
much.
of them?
Amazing contribution.
Amazing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, someone say,
The time has come.
Time has come. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we know that we have climbed this mountain and we are now at the summit, at the peak of the mountain. So like we said, fasten your seatbelt, right? The person we're going to invite is someone who is value personified. And I do not speak in terms of flattery. For those that know him, whether personally or through virtual mentorship, you know what I'm speaking about,
Exactly.
yeah? If you're with me, say J-O.
J-O.
Good. So, he's an Daddy J-O. He's an international speaker, and he's a thought leader. Because of him, at one point, I went and changed my bio to thought leader. And I said, what thought are you leading, my friend? Go and learn. Yes, but he's a thought leader. And if you know him well, you know he's someone that speaks frankly and very blunt. So we'll play his citation so that you can have just an idea. Just an idea of who he is for those that have not met him. Please, we're not, if you have not met him, we're not intimidating. We're just saying things as it is or as they are. So we'll just play the citation and then would, give him an
A
Abuja.
formal and an amazing introduction.
Maria, you're too much. Okay, so please can
The
we play
citation, please.
Okay, we need the audio. And then someone is tempted to be reading this word, phenomenal, resourceful. Enjoy the video.
Solutions to both the workplace and marketplace. John Obidi is a new media consultant, international speaker, and personal development trainer. He's highly skilled, compelling visionary, and phenomenal resourceful person, bringing practical intelligence and transferable solutions to both the workplace and marketplace as a whole. In 2018, John was voted amongst Advanced Media's 100 most influential young Africans. He's a leading consultant on online digital marketing in Africa and is the founder of Head Start Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome John Obidi!
A round of applause, please. Keep it fire.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So thank you. You can see it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I asked for a chair so that I could sit and have a heart-to-heart conversation with everyone. Yeah. I know that for those of you who have been following me for a long time, you know a different version of me. The one that shouts a lot, Abi. Yeah. Ever since I went to Obodo Ibo and came back, my blood pressure has reduced. So I'm a lot calmer. But more because the things that I talk about are matters that require a lot of thought. All right? This is not one that I expect you to be shouting about. Yeah? Because there is truly fire on the mountain. Whenever I start like this, I wonder why people still call me a motivational speaker. I wonder why, because it really should sound demotivational. Yeah, because I don't start by telling you that you can do it. I start by telling you that you are in soup. Because you are. But we'll get to that. I want to recognize those of us that are familiar faces here. Ochudo, good to see you. Gift Best Junior, good to see you. Pleasure to have you here. Moses Ugochukwu. Yes, I saw you. Good to see you. Please let's give a round of applause to Joseph Etim. All right, a round of applause. Oh, there he is. Amazing. I met Joseph Etim for the first time here in Abuja. I had an event here in 2019. And at the time, Joseph was located in Calabar. And he came from Calabar to attend my event here. And while I was speaking, you know, I tell you guys things that you sometimes hate me for, only when you are still immature. Yeah? And then when maturity hits you. Because Nigeria is not a country where you can remain foolish forever. It's not. Everybody has sense at some point. To hit you one day, maybe a bus conductor will slap you. You'll be like, ah. You know when the prodigal son said, I will arise. Yeah? The Bible says, and he came to himself. Yeah. Nigeria is a place where you have multiple opportunities to come to yourself. Yeah. So I think one of the things I was screaming about in 2018, 2019, I was talking about how your destiny is location sensitive. And how if you're a young person in your 20s, you have no business in small towns. You've got no business in Enugu. You've got no business in Abakaliki. What are you doing there? You have no business in Abia State. What are you doing there? All right. The country you were born into has certain peculiarities that you need to study and understand. It's not by positive confessions, or you will die a motivated, broke person. You need wisdom, you need understanding. All right. King Solomon said something. He said, for money is a defense, and wisdom is a defense also. But the excellence of knowledge is that what? Wisdom gives life to them that have it. What you need is wisdom. You don't need to be motivated yet. You need wisdom. You don't understanding. And so in understanding Nigeria, Nigeria is not the United States. You say that after all, Microsoft, it was not founded in Silicon Valley. You know, that makes no sense. Nigeria has its own peculiarities that you must study. And here, development is not distributed equally. I don't care what your state governor has told you. The only question you ask yourself is that, are his children in that state? So what are you doing there? Right? If you are creative, you should be in Lagos, maybe Abuja, maybe. But if you are in Abuja, take trips to Lagos. You can't afford to not connect to what's happening in Lagos. And I'm talking to you as someone who was once based in Benin City. Some of you who were my earliest audience, you know my story. I was in Benin City, and at the time, some of my classmates who I went to school with, they were telling me, John, move to Lagos, man. You can't be this brilliant and stuck in this city. Move to. And if you had told me then to move to Lagos, I too would have been arguing with you. I'll tell you, no, don't worry, we will build this city. I was once as foolish. Yeah. But like I said, Nigeria gives you many opportunities to come to yourself. All right. And then I got to understand what Nigeria was made of. And I knew that I had to leave. Right. People that are saying we will build the city, it is not in your place to build any city. You don't have the capacity, you don't have the power. You have the will, yes, but it's not enough. All right. There's somebody in your state who is given a budget every month. Who's that? It's your governor. He controls the police, well, not that much, but controls the security, controls the budget, puts money here, puts money there. That's the person that will develop your state if he wants to. But at this point in time, the powers that be have decided that Lagos should be where it is. Whatever those powers are, they've decided where it is happening. It's not for you to be stubborn. You are motivating. You'll be there until 60 will reach you here. Like joke. Yeah? So anyway, that was one of the things I was talking about in earnest. Mixed reactions. I don't care. But he listened at the time, and it was interesting how he just braved it and moved as well. And I'm so proud of what he's doing. Congratulations, Joseph. Great work that you're doing here. I would like us to also give a round of applause to the team, Joseph's team, the volunteers, the media people, protocol, the announcers. This is amazing. I always said that when you are trying to penetrate a new industry, service and volunteering is very important. When I first moved to Lagos 2014, I was volunteering all over the place. All over the place. Anywhere there was an event, I was volunteering my services. I had a live streaming company then, so it was unique. So I was always volunteering that, and that's how I got into a lot of circles, and it really accelerated my career. So I want to really honor those of you that are serving. You're not being paid, but you're serving. This is fantastic. Do you guys know that in the United States, volunteering is seen as a big deal? Yeah? You don't know how much of a big deal it is in Nigeria, but in the US, it is a big deal. It puts volunteering experience in your CV in the US. You are seen as it's the working man's equivalent of being a philanthropist. In Nigeria, they don't rate it as much, but in the US, it ranks you very high for job applications or whatever you're applying for, because their philosophy is that if you can excellently deliver when you're not being paid, how much more would you do when you're being paid? So it ranks really high. there's something that I was applying for in the US where one of my mentors asked me to first of all start with all my volunteering experience because that's what they value. All right, so I want to honor you guys again. Thank you so much. Well done. Well done. I want to give a round of applause to all the speakers that have spoken before me. Yes, a round of applause, please. Round of applause, everyone. I learned a lot from the gentleman that was speaking? Was it Joseph? Joseph or Joshua? Julius. I know there was a J in front of the name. Mr. Julius Afolabi, if you're listening, thank you very much for that presentation. And I didn't get Pastor's name. Pastor Abu Jibril, your presentation was fantastic. At the point, I was wondering if you're actually a pastor because, yeah. It's interesting how you guys just know what I'm thinking, so I won't say it. Right. But that was amazing. I wish that it could be the norm that pastors dispense knowledge the way that you do. Yes, you can clap. Yeah. You know, I think that we're in a world that is conditioned to amplify the negatives. Yeah. So when you see a pastor that is, you know, squeezing you for your tithes and offerings, it trends very easily. People just call it out. And, you know, there's this call out culture that is really dirty on the internet. But I think that when you see something that is positive, if you call yourself light, you should be the one to amplify that. And so that's what I'm doing right here. So please give me a round of applause. Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that message. All right. So let us begin. Yeah, this is a thinking session. All right. Let us begin. First of all, let me tell you guys a fable. If you watched Night School before, you probably have heard this fable before. But it is a Danish fable about, they call it the king who had no clothes, if you ever read about it. So it's, I hope I can get the story right. But there was this king who was so full of himself. And he was so proud of his wealth and his accomplishments. And there he was in his kingdom. He was an emperor, actually. The emperor who had no clothes. That was the title. And there were these two tailors, all right? These two tailors, they were hungry and they were looking for a way to make some money. And they thought of a genius plan. And they said, let us take a proposition to this emperor. We'll tell him that we have invented the most elaborate garment, the richest garment. But we'll put a clause there. We'll say that, you know what, this garment is so rich, it's full of so much splendor, but it can only be seen by wise people. And so they went to the king and said, "Oh, king, we are tailors from afar, and we have created this fantastic garment, this magnificent garment. This garment has not been worn by any royalty on the face of the earth. You are going to be the first to wear this garment. And when you wear it, your whole kingdom will know that you are royalty. But there is one caveat. Foolish people cannot see this garment. Only wise people will be able to see it." And they said, "Wow, how much is it going to cost?" And they billed the emperor heavily. He said, "Okay." He gave them an upfront payment. And so they went to the center of the town and began to make this garment. Now, the people of the town were curious. And they would come to the center and they would look at these two men with their scissors and their sewing machines, cutting thin air. And they were like, But then again, remember that these men had said that only wise people can see the garment. Now, nobody wants to agree that they are foolish. Now, in real life, they could see thin air. But that means I'm foolish if I cannot see. So they came and they were like, wow, look at that. Do you see that garment? Wow, such splendor. Our emperor is going to be the grandest emperor on the face of the earth. Anyway, on the appointed day, they were done. And they went to the king to dress him up. And the king was, he called his nobles and his wise men and his advisors. And they began to dress the king up in nothing. Now, the advisors and the wise men were watching, but nobody wanted to talk because they might lose their job for being foolish. And of course, when your king is looking good, you have to compliment him so that he would see you as, a loyal person and maybe even promote you. So they were like, wow, nice, good job. Now the king himself could see nothing, but because of his ego, he was like, I have to, and there he went. He was wearing nothing. And then he wanted everyone to see the garment because everybody in his family was hailing him and like, fantastic garment. This is looking beautiful. He said, you know what? My family can't be the only one seeing this. And he called for a procession throughout the city. He wore the garment, got on his horse, on his chariot, and was going through the city. And people were coming out to see their emperor totally naked. But they could not say anything. And after everything was going on, one little boy came and looked and said out loud, why is the emperor naked? I think they hushed up and put him to one corner. But that's where the story ended. Why am I saying this? A lot of times, a lot of Nigerians are like that emperor. And so that is why lies tend to sell so much in Nigeria. They sell it everywhere, in the schools, in the churches, everywhere. And that's because the truth is there, but most people are not courageous enough to face what the truth really is. Nigeria will be the greatest country in 50 years. Why are you laughing? I'm motivating you. Yeah. Amongst other things, not many people are courageous enough to know what the truth is. And that's why you get duped every 4 years. And you will be duped again. You think this whole thing, it's been settled. We just need to dance the dance, so that we can be a democratic nation. Yeah. But I told that parable because a number of things I'll be saying will bring you face to face with perhaps your nakedness. Yeah. Do not take it as insultive or demotivational. You say the Bible says that the truth. It didn't say the truth will set you free. No, it's not. That's not complete. It said the truth that you. Yeah. Another way some people misinterpret that is they say you speak the truth. No, they didn't say the truth that you speak. It's the truth that John the Baptist spoke that lost him his head. Yeah. So even as you speak the truth, you need wisdom, you need tact. It's the truth that you know that will inform me. I'm like, okay, what are the changes I need to make? I like what Pastor said earlier on when he said you need to change. Sometimes the person that you are is incompatible with where you are saying with your mouth that you are going. And that's a hard thing to take for some people. It's hard, but take it. All right. So that said, quickly, I want you to turn to the person on your right and ask the person how their day has been going. Real quick. Yeah? Amazing. Y'all didn't expect that now, did you? Awesome. That's good. Did you get that response? Right. So I know why I said that. Because that is one thing that rich people do. Rich people connect. They build networks. All right. And that said, let me talk to you really briefly about two schools in this world. You might know them: the school of the rich and the school of the poor. My students are here. Right? Now, you have to understand something about these two schools. Most people here, don't vex. You were probably raised in the school of the poor. All right? The only good things that you are just maybe hearing about it for the first time. Right? And you can use this information to make whatever changes you need to make. But you need to see what is happening. Yeah? Now, the school of the poor is not targeted to stupid people. No, it's not. It's not targeted to uneducated people. No, it's targeted to those who are they're educated enough. They are intelligent, but not yet wise. Wisdom is not the same thing as intelligence, right? They have a lot of knowledge, but not discernment. All right, discernment is being able to discriminate between knowledge, because not all knowledge is equal. Not all truth is equal. There is a resourceful truth. There is a manipulative truth. So not all truth is equal. And in explaining truth, because I know I'm not, some people here have not heard me speak before, so let me assume that you've not heard this before. Let me give you an example, a biblical example. Now, if you read Matthew and I think one other gospel, let me use Matthew first. They reported something that happened when Jesus was feasting with some people. And this woman came and broke an alabaster box, right? And I think Matthew said that some people were murmuring about the fact that it was an expensive perfume that was used there, and that it could have been sold and given to the poor. Interesting. Imagine if you were there and you heard that sort of thing. How would you feel? Now, most of you would say, oh no, you wouldn't have believed that person because of what you know now. You are in the future compared to them, right? But if the only context you had was what you were seeing there, what would have been your response to that situation? You'd have probably said Jesus Christ was being wasteful and inconsiderate. Now, was it true that that was an expensive oil? Yes. Was it true that that oil could have had other useful purposes? Yes. But there's a difference between what is true and what is the truth. And this is where discernment comes in. And so discernment tells you that not only is it important to hear what is true, but the bearer of truth has to be examined. No, don't question the person. No, they're traumatized. They can't take. No. The bearer of truth has to be examined. Who is speaking it? It's not about. It's not about the messenger. It's about the message. No, you have to examine the message. That's why you have to think like a lawyer. You can't go with a social media mob. You've got to think like a lawyer. Who is talking? And then you start to investigate their intent. Now, if you look at the way a law court runs their proceedings, who is the person talking? What is their motive? What connections do they have to the case? And so on. Anyway, that is all Matthew could see from where he was. But then if you look at the book of John, John was reporting that same incident from a different angle, from a different point of view. Maybe he was sitting closer to Jesus or somewhere where he could get a different view on things. And when John was reporting, he said that it wasn't just people that were murmuring. He said it was actually Judas. Oh, Judas. Interesting. Let's look a bit closer. And John had insider information that perhaps Matthew did not have. And John said he did not say this because he cared about the poor. He said it because he was the keeper of the purse and he used to help himself to their collections. Knowing this, does it change the way you feel about the situation? Of course it does. So that's why I said here that there's a difference between intelligence and wisdom, knowledge and discernment. And so the school of the poor, they don't have discernment. They have all kinds of knowledge. And so when you don't have discernment, you don't even know whether the truth you are being shown is a manipulative truth or is an incomplete truth or even a destructive truth. There are those different variations of truth. Because for you to know what the truth is, you need to see the whole picture and all the actors in the game. All the players have to be visible to you, and then you can make a conclusion. That is the truth. And so that's going to help you. That wisdom is essential. And so when you come to the school of the poor, you have a lot of sayings that sound good. But because there is no discernment, many are lost. I'll give you an example. A saying that people say, look, maybe some of you have said it and posted it on social media. No offense. You say what? The sky is too wide for two birds to collide. That is a saying from the school of the poor. It sounds true, but examine it closer. One rule of thumb I always say is that before you start shouting, "Woo, yes," ask yourself if Elon Musk's daughter would be inspired by such a saying. And the answer is no. It says a lot about why you are inspired by it. Think about it. This thing you are jumping at, would Bill Gates' children jump at it? If not, why are you? I'm not saying you should not jump. Oh. I'm just saying you need to probably investigate your origins better and then plot your future. But Mali once said, if you know where you're coming from, you know where you're going. Investigate it deeper. Now you may be like, okay, so what's wrong in saying that the sky is too wide? Indeed, the sky should be too wide for two birds to collide. But you know, when I was a child, I was looking up at the sky. One of the benefits of my childhood is that we weren't rich enough to afford entertainment. So, you know, when you starve a child of easy access to stimulation, they tend to get creative. That's how I harnessed my reading habits. As a child, I've always been reading because we couldn't afford. First of all, there was never light to watch Voltron. Those of you know Voltron. You can't be single and know Voltron. You should go and marry. And I'm not being a hypocrite. Anyway, so all I had were my books and my imagination. But one day I was just staring up into the sky and I saw something that was really weird. I saw two birds in flight and one bird attacked another bird. They did not collide. But that taught me as a child that all birds were not the same. That even though they were all sharing the sky, some birds in the sky saw other birds as prey. So run me back that saying, the sky is too wide for what? Of course, it is too wide for two birds to collide. Collision is accidental, but that was not accidental. One bird feasted on the other bird. That happens. And so instead, the school of the rich, what do they believe in? They believe in protecting their intellectual property. Patents. When, who was it? When Jeff Bezos went to space. Was it Jeff? No, when Elon went to space, Jeff Bezos tweeted, congratulations. Yeah? But guess what? Go and Google how many times Jeff Bezos has sued Elon Musk. For what? For winning US government space contracts over his own company. Don't take my word for it. Google it. It's there. They don't play. So you will see what appears to be and be like, oh, the sky is too wide. Share your secrets. No, the school of the rich, they play by very different rules. And there's so many more. But you have to understand that these two exist. And your identity will be shaped by what school you identify with. And so that moves me on to your identity. Who are you? You see, we say things like, there's a lot of Christianese in the things that we say. The royal priesthood. I have a member of my community who said something about going to somewhere. And she said, oh yeah, I'm going to use the train. And I said, okay, that's interesting, but do your senators use the trains? So if it's not good enough for them, why is it good enough for you? That tells me what you think about yourself. Who do you think you are? A friend of mine was to come to Abuja, and it was around when AON had suspended all flights pretty recently. And he said that, you know, this thing in Abuja is very important, so that he's going to go by road. I said, interesting. So if anything happens to you on the road now, that thing that you're going for, will they stop it? Because something happened to you? No. If flights are suspended and a minister has to travel, that trip won't happen. There's something that they value that you have not been trained to value because of where you're coming from. Some of you value your laptops over your own lives. You wouldn't agree, but it shows in the way you in your practice. It shows. Yeah. So what's wrong in trains? There's nothing wrong with it. It's good. But who was it made for? It was made for the masses, not for me. They didn't make the trains for me. It wasn't made for me. I'm a king. They didn't make those trains for kings. They made it for masses. So it's fine. If you're a mass, it's fine. Go take a train. That's okay. But if my senators cannot use the trains, I can't use it either. That's my identity. And that identity will determine the kind of information you gravitate towards. It determines who your role models are. It determines how high you think you can fly. It determines how you even discriminate between different kinds of information. I remember once when I was talking about how for those who can afford it, try to get some leverage by getting a second passport. People from the school of the poor were against that message. But you understand, it's not them speaking, the spirit of poverty. Yeah, the God of this world has done what? Blinded their eyes that they may not see. It's normal. It's not them that are talking. It's that demon that wants to keep them down. Yes, I get it. For the school of the rich, oh, they know how they move. Yeah, again, wisdom will not let me tell you your MCMs that operate by this principle. But you should advise yourself. You should know. You shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Don't mind me, I'm being streamed live, so I was speaking parables. You know, when I'm doing night school, sometimes when I overyan, I decide that the recordings will not go out. Yeah, because not every truth has to be said per se. Okay, I wrote down a few things so I don't forget a couple of things. Huh? Okay, so this whole thing called third world, I'm sure a number of you did not even know what third world meant until you heard me say it, Abby. I've been shouting third world, third world. Many people were offended by me saying third world, and I knew why they were offended because they never heard it before. So you see why I say people are in soup? Because you are in third world, but you don't even know that there's something called third world. Do you get? Like if you are in third world and you know that, okay, this is third world, if you know that you are in soup, you can at least start scheming your way out of soup. But you're inside hot soup, but you are saying this is ice water. Man, it's so comfortable right here, right? So first of all, you don't need me for this. Just Google third world, and you can understand what it means and where it came from. All right, the terms first world, second world, and third world came from the Cold War. The Cold War was a proxy war being fought by the United States and their allies and the USSR, whose main constituent is Russia of today. But then the USSR, also called the Soviet Union, was made up of a number of countries in the Eastern Bloc: Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, and so on. And so countries that were allied with the United States were called First World. Countries that were allied with the USSR were called, that's the Soviet Union, were called Second World. And countries that were not allied with any of them were called Third World. So that classification was based on alignments, all right? But over time, it became an economic classification. And it's interesting to note that years after the Cold War, even though the meaning of those classifications changed, most of the countries who were in that classification with the old meaning retained their classification meaning. Accident. You go. There has to be a third world. The third world has to exist. And so, if you've been sold a hope that some Messiah is going to come save Nigeria, it's not going to happen in our lifetime. It's not. And so that is why I have been putting out my message to not to change Nigeria. We don't even know what Nigeria is. That thing, I don't know what it is. I'm not sure Nigeria knows what it wants to be yet. So I'm not trying to change Nigeria. I'm trying to change Nigerians, individuals. That's a more finite objective. Yeah? Because Nigerians are individuals. They are people that have hopes and dreams and ambitions and a story. You have where you're going. And so you have to understand how you, as an individual Nigerian, can achieve your own success even within these limitations and then exceeding those limitations. Am I communicating? Did I burst someone's balloon? Did I burst your bubble? I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. All right? The conditions necessary for escaping the troubles that we are in do not currently exist. It's not by confessions. Just, they say readers are leaders, right? People don't read. That's why people just get fed false hopes. Read history. Be a good student of history. any country that has been catapulted from third world circumstances has had to have certain conditions in place, right? One of which is, let me couch it properly, long-term leadership. Yes, it's a very, dangerous concept for Nigerians to consider because of our trust issues, obviously. But nobody can change Nigeria in 4 years, not even in 8 years, not even in 10 years, not in 20 years. All right. You look at I mix up these two countries, Singapore and Malaysia, but which one was Lee Kuan Yew the leader of? Singapore. Yes, thank you. Right. And I think a book was written about him called From Third World to First World. He had to be in power for an extended period of time because changing a country means you are changing the culture, you are changing people's thoughts. People are going to fight you initially, and you have to be willing to be hated by everybody for a while. And usually it's somebody else that will take the glory for what you have done. Usually, the person who changes Nigeria will not be celebrated. You're going to hate him. You hate him for jailing your dad. Yeah, your uncle, demolishing your house. You hate him. Then the person that will come next, hopefully can consolidate upon that. I don't know if it is possible for one person to be trusted that well. Look at the other country we admire, Rwanda. Do you know their history? Their current leader, Paul Kagame, has been in power since when? I think 94-ish? 45, 94, 95. Yeah. Of course, there's a danger of giving the power to the wrong person and then they just sink the country, But when you do find the right person, you can't just let them be there for 4 years. Anyway, I don't see that happening anytime soon. And so you yourself, you have to, man, I remember some tweets I saw before the last elections, and some prominent person on Twitter said that, don't worry, by the time they clean up the country, US and UK citizens would hustle for Nigerian passports. I'm like, wow, that was interesting. This is not to demotivate you or talk down on Nigeria, to show you the true state of affairs. And then whatever you do with that information is up to you. You now think, okay, what do I do given my circumstances? You see, the prodigal son did not motivate himself. He had to come to terms with the truth. He was like, man, I'm eating with the pigs, man. The servants in my father's house have better conditions. He didn't have pride anymore. So you know what? I'll go and beg my dad, even if he can just give me a job to be a servant. It is better than where I am right now. Come face to face with that truth. In exceeding third world limitations, you have to be a leader. Because listen, even in war situations, leaders are treated differently. Even in war. You see what's happening in Ukraine? I'm a leader, naturally. So the things that I see are different from what the masses see. Very different. And I saw the Ukrainian president, giving courage to the country and all of that. My response was easy for you to say. No matter what happens, you know you won't be touched. You know. Now, are there things that he could have done to prevent this? I think so. The way the world is now, you're not allowed to have that opinion. But you can do all those things and, join the left, the West in their propaganda about what they believe the truth should be. But no matter what happens, he'll be fine. Right? But you see, in times like that, there are people who are able to see the truth and make plans. You think the most aristocratic families were caught in Ukraine when the war started? They were long gone. Anytime war breaks out anywhere, the aristocrats are given notice. As a matter of fact, the US Embassy, UK, they get intel ahead of time They begin to reach out to the most influential, the most intelligent, the best scientists. Appreciate it. The best scientists, the best innovators. They begin to reach out to them to offer them asylum before anything even breaks out. While the masses that are just, hashtagging Big Brother Niger on Twitter, yeah, they are the ones that get the worst of it every time. Solomon said something. He said, "What has been will be again. There is nothing new under the sun. Everything happening now has happened before. But our people don't read, they don't study. You have zero skills of pattern recognition. Zero. Can't. Whatever the news tells you is your truth. And that is so sad. So sad. How many of you know how Nigeria came to be? Very few. Very few. You have no business talking about politics if you haven't studied our history first. I'm not saying it should be this or that, but study to show yourself approved. A workman that needed not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. You need to study. Study. So when somebody is on the television telling you something, you can say, no, you are wrong. No, that's a manipulative truth. That's not how it happened in history. And you have your facts to back it up. Most importantly, you have the facts with which to make decisions. I used to say, when I used to preach these things before, I used to say that, if you are male, if you are a man, you can't afford to be stupid. You can't. You just can't. You can't. Guess what? Whenever there is war, the first evacuees are what? Women and children. Men can't afford to be stupid. A man can't afford to create a life strategy out of wrong information. Your wife and kids will be affected because you're the head. Yeah. I know that a lot of liberal people are watching. I'm talking as an African, as a Nigerian. All right? So if you want to tweet, that's your business. It will not affect me. But as a man, everything rests on you. You can't afford to be stupid. But that's when I first started. These days, culture is changing, and so I've included women in that bracket. If you are born in the third world, Nigeria, you can't afford to be dumb. You can't. It's not a luxury you can afford. When things happen all over the world and I see dumb tweets from some first world countries, I'm like, it's okay. You guys will be fine. You guys will be fine. You've got welfare. You've got healthcare. You'll be okay. But in Nigeria, no. There's no help coming for you. There's no help. Do you know the United States is one country where their citizens pay tax even if they don't live in the country? Yeah. Because the US has their back, no matter where you are in the world. They will come and get you. I used to joke about this before. I don't tell the joke anymore, but it's still true. That if you want to know whether where you are living in Nigeria is safe, be very good friends with a US citizen in Nigeria. You know why? Because they receive email alerts that even we don't get. There's this person, let me not mention her name, but she's a Nigerian American. She's popular on Instagram. So whenever she receives those email alerts, she posts on her Instagram story. So I follow her. This was like around, this was in 2015 or so when the Boko Haram thing was really serious. I think 2015, yeah. So then it was really serious then, and man, so the US government was always emailing their citizens in Nigeria, said, avoid this hotel, avoid this place, avoid that place. And we do not know what is going on. But the US, long, they are sending messages to their citizens in Nigeria, telling them where to avoid, where to go, the days not to go out. So she will get the email, screenshot it, and put it on Instagram story. I said, see first. Because I want to know what's going on. Because my own government will not tell me. Right? So that's what they're paying for. That's why they pay taxes, even when they don't live there. Because no matter what, they've got your back. Nigeria, who's got your back? Who? What? Okay. I wasn't hearing what you were saying. Oh my. God has got our back, Abby. Oh my goodness. You know, I've been away from Nigeria for about 2 years now. And while I was there, I realized why Nigerians are so prayerful. I realized why we pray for everything that comes to them naturally. The government is their God. They pray to their government. He provides everything. Anyway. So like I was saying, leaders are treated differently. And what are the attributes of being a leader? It's not just by saying it. It is in your conditioning. It's in how you respond to situations, how you see. You know, you know why I was honoring Pastor here for the way he spoke today is because a large part of religion is in cahoots with whatever forces want to keep you as a third world citizen. Yeah. So there's a lot there that sounds good, but it's just messed up. You know, what he preached today, man, that is knowledge, man. That's knowledge. Knowledge from a pulpit, that's knowledge. So we hear about Joseph, that what Joseph, from prison to palace. The God that did it for Joseph will do it for you. If you know that the God of Joseph will do it for you, I want you to shout a believing amen. Yeah. But Joseph did not shout a believing amen. All right. Let's look at Joseph's story a little bit carefully so we can extract the truth of that story. Okay. There were multiple things that came to bear. First of all, Joseph was called the dreamer. He only dreamt once. So why that brand? His gift was not dreams. He just had one dream. His gift was not even in interpreting the dreams. No. Joseph was a leader. Why? He had administrative gifts. He had this attribute of leadership that is what? Foresight. He had this attribute of leadership that is being able to plan for circumstances beyond yourself and to make plans for other people beyond yourself. As a third world native, we are so existential. Me, my family, what to eat. Let us bake this our last bread so that we can eat it and die. That is the spirit in the third world. Most people in the third world are consumed. Please remind me to go back to Joseph if I forget, because I'm about to segue somewhere. Most people in the third world are consumed by the spirit of Esau. Of what use is my birthright? I'm hungry. Esau despised his birthright because he was hungry. And that is the spirit that is being impressed upon people in the third world. So you hear things on Twitter like, would you collect 10 million to slap your mother? Yeah. I mean, we've all heard those things now on Twitter. I don't understand how dangerous such a question is to even contemplate. Because first of all, nobody will pay you that money to slap your mother. You either do it for free or get out. Nobody's paying you that. But knowing how the subconscious mind works, even though you know it's a hypothetical situation that will not happen, you think about it. You see, when the devil wants to destroy a country, it's not with armor, it's not with ammunition, it's not with guns, it's with your imagination. That's why the Bible says, what? Casting down every imagination. It's a war of your mind. That's where it comes from. Would you slap your mother for 10 million naira? Of course, you might say no, but you'll think about it. You weigh it. You can't help yourself. You have to weigh it. Now, you might eventually say no, but you thought about it. What such things appeal to that spirit of Esau? Forget my mother, man. And when you see the comments that come out, say, oh, more, I'll slap her. My mama said will thank me. But the birthright signifies so much more. If it was not, if it was nothing, why was Esau crying and begging his father to save him one more blessing? Why was he crying? Because he understood. But later, and because of where we are coming from, most of us are from the lower middle class and below. That's okay. But you've got to understand the kind of damage that has been done to your mind being born poor. There is some damage that has been done. Do you know what it means to live from hand to mouth? You know, when I got into the university, I went to Benson Daso University in Benin City. And in my first year, oh my goodness, I was so happy to be in that university because I had been in University of Port Harcourt before and terrible. But then I got to BIU, private university, and I was surprised they had a computer lab that was working. I was surprised it was really working. But then anyway, I went to the library and I saw this book called How to Become a Master Student. Wow, interesting title. So I opened it up. And in that book, it talked about goals. You know, Pastor mentioned goals here earlier on. And I saw goals for the first time in that book. 100 first year students. And it talked about short-term goals, mid-term goals, and long-term goals. And there was a worksheet. Write out your short-term goals, your mid-term goals, long-term goals. And short-term goals, I could write those out. I wrote those ones out in a hurry, easy. Mid-term goals, I struggled. Long-term goals, I was blank. That's what happens to you when you were born poor, but you don't know. Because living from hand to mouth, you don't know where the next meal will come from. It conditions you to think 5 minutes intervals. Where do I eat today? You can't even plan where will I be next month because you don't know what you're going to eat tonight. Now, of course, none of us could choose the circumstances of our birth. Understandable. I could not either. But the moment you know the truth, you've got to start taking action. Understand the damage you have been dealt by being born into the economic class that you were born into. There are things you don't know that rich kids just knew naturally. I feel ashamed. Honestly, I feel ashamed when I have to debate with you guys about why, if you don't have a passport, you can't call yourself a Nigerian adult. I'm ashamed to be saying that. So my friends tell me, Obidi, this is not normal now. Your people don't know these things. Bros, they don't know these things, so they really don't know. I'm ashamed when I have to debate the things with you, but I kind of understand where you're coming from. I get it. But you have to get it also that it's not normal. Jesus Christ, Prince of Peace, Abi, Savior of the world. He said, the poor you will always have with you. Why did he say that? I thought he came to save the world from everything. Poverty cannot be eradicated. It will exist. That balance of power must remain. It has to remain. And for that balance to remain, certain things have to be deliberately done to keep most people blind. You can't save everybody, but you can save yourself. You can open your eyes and start getting the right information. Back to Joseph. But Joseph, because he was born into a rich family, yes, the child of Jacob, not just a child of Jacob, a favored child of Jacob. He spent a lot of time with his father. And he was taught certain things which poor kid did not learn. He learned a lot of things from his father. And so even though he was a slave, his conduct was different. His conduct was different. He was good at administration. He was in the prison. He just stood out. The head of the prison made him in charge of the other prisoners. This guy will not run away. He has integrity. He doesn't have the spirit of Esau that wants to eat there tomorrow, today. Doors are open. Let me just run. It's breakthrough. Let me do. It's God. You know what we say in Nigeria? As God will have it. You know, Nigerians, we've invented our as God will have it. You know, I tell people that whenever a Nigerian tells you by the grace of God I will come, just forget about it. Just forget about it. Forget about it. The worst one that you hear is what? By the special grace. Just do that. Forget. Go and get a plan B, plan C. Yeah. But let us fast forward to when Joseph met with with Pharaoh. The Bible said that he had to shave to meet with Pharaoh. That's a major key. It's a major key. Because if you understand the culture of Joseph, where he was coming from, they keep long hair and they keep their beard. That was their culture. But he did not say, no, I'm an Israelite. This is where I'm from. We don't, no, 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 no. This is who I am. I can't change for anybody. Can't tell me what to do. You know my village, that's where we are from. There, we don't prostrate. We don't what? We don't. But he knew where he was going, and he could be flexible enough. Now, the Egyptians, their culture was to shave clean. History has it that the Egyptians had a recurring problem of lice. So it made the royal family very paranoid about lice. So people that were not in the royal family could afford to keep their hair how they wanted. But if you were serving in the palace or you lived in the palace, you had to be clean shaven from head to toe, just in case. That was their culture. But Joseph had to. That was one step. Now, when Joseph got there, the story says that he did what? He interpreted Pharaoh's dream. But that's not why he was promoted. Joseph was not the first person to interpret dreams. If you understand what Egypt used to be, Egypt was the center of civilization at the time. Different story, but it's not by accident Jesus had to escape to Egypt. It wasn't just a random local government area. Egypt was the capital of the world at the time. Well, at that time, the Romans were gaining power, but Egypt was once the superpower. They had the first university in the world. Writing materials were invented in Egypt. And so they had the best astrologers, the best dream interpreters. What he was doing was not a sign or a wonder. But the sign and the wonder that Joseph brought to the table was something he was never asked to do. He interpreted the dream and now offered a solution. Nobody asked him for that. He said, just come and interpret your dream, we'll pay your money and you go. But he said, here is my thought. Let us build silos. Who's this kid? Okay, go on. That we can store up grain in the years of plenty. And then when the famine comes, we will have enough grain for our people. And follow the story. Because those of you who follow my night school want to get the real gist of the story. Where do you look? The end is always hidden somewhere at the end. If you look at what Joseph said he was going to do was to store up grain so that people in the kingdom will have food to eat, right? But when he actually implemented it, he did it even more excellently. If you continue that story, it said that he did not dash them the grain, no. He sold it to the Egyptians. Not just that, he sold it to people that came from outside of Egypt, other countries. They were the food hub. Because of Joseph, Egypt prospered not in spite of the famine, but because of the famine, because that was a regional famine that affected even Jacob far away in Canaan. It affected many countries. And everybody brought their money to Egypt because they were the only ones who had the foresight to have food. The Bible said that even when their money was finished, what happened next? They were dropping their lands. So the royal family at least became so wealthy. They took lands, it was amazing. It was Joseph's capacity to create a plan, exceeding himself, a plan that saved a whole country. The problem with being born poor is that you are so caught up in trying to save yourself for a protracted period of time. That does damage to your mind. It does. But now that you know, you can consciously begin to expand your mind. Have these mental exercises that you do. Start seeing the world differently. Start thinking about solutions that you can use to impact the world. Whenever you are in Nigeria and I tell your friends that you have an interest in climate change, they will laugh at you, right? Yes. The school of the poor, they will laugh at you. And that is why you have to be separate. You cannot be body with somebody you are supposed to be leading. Are you that lonely? What are you doing? That person is not not best friends. You are their mentor. What are you supposed to be flying with eagles? So because you are so lonely, you are hungry for acceptance, you want some sort of semblance of family, you hang around people that are right. Leaders are always treated differently. They're always treated differently. They see differently. They discern differently. Leadership. Let's talk about first generation royalty. Because we say these things. Wait, I'm a king. People put it on Instagram. I'm a king. I'm a queen. I think women do it more than men actually these days. Queen, queen, queen. It's okay. I understand. I get your need to motivate yourself that you're a queen, but what really marks a king or a queen? What really marks them out? If you are responsible for a group of people and a group of people look up to you, you are a king. If people look up to you for leadership, then you can say that. Otherwise, if you were to be missing from the earth for one day, would it be felt? That would tell you whether it's a king. I spent many years in Benin City. And one peculiarity I always remember, is that the Oba of Benin, his birthday is for 7 days. His birthday is for 7 days. It's so interesting. That's how you know royalty. Whenever a king passes on, everybody feels it. The president of Dubai he passed away a couple of days ago, and all entertainment activities in Dubai have been suspended. All entertainment suspended. When a king is absent, they feel it. Do they feel yours? But what do I mean by first generation royalty? First generation means that your father was not king. But let's talk about second generation first. Second generation means that your father was king and you are the heir, you're the prince or you're the princess. And once the king passes on, you would become king or queen. You know, like we have the Queen of England and so on. But first generation royalty, they are those who were not born into the royal family. So they've had to fight. David is an example of first generation royalty. He wasn't born into royalty. He was the least of his brothers. And because of that, he had to fight to become king. It wasn't handed over to him. And many of you here are in that category. Your papa don't get, your man don't get. The only hope of your family is you. Your fight is different. Your wisdom has to be different. When the clueless majority are on Twitter talking the way they talk, that cannot be you. That can't be you. Sometimes I see some people that are in my community. I see them maybe just post something, and I just look many minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. Okay, people are posting like that, Abby. I just get them. Please remove that in. Remove it. Not for you. It's not you. People like you don't post such things. Not like them. A first generation royalty. Your fight is different. Let's talk about the story of David and how he became king. We think we know the story, but most of us don't understand the story. David was the least. When Samuel came to anoint a king, he said to Jesse, bring out all your sons. He didn't bring out David. Why? And Samuel had to go through the ceremony and be like, none of these guys, oh, do you not have any other sons? And as an afterthought, his father said, oh, yeah. Why do you hate this boy so much? He asked you the first time, and then the second time. And then Samuel had to insist and say, please, we're not going to start the ceremony until he is here. He had to insist. Okay. Then David gets there, he's anointed king. But the thing is that the time between when he was anointed king and when he became king was, I think, about at least 30 years. How many? 13. Thank you, 13. What was he doing in those 13 years? Let's go through those activities. Now, his father, as fate would have it, his father sent him on an errand when there was war. And he took provisions to give to the army, right? And when he got there, he saw the whole Goliath situation. Ladies and gentlemen, think about this. Before David opened his mouth, he knew the solution. How do I know? Because the Bible said that David had protected his father's sheep from lions and bears. He did not say how. And because he didn't say how, people just filled in the blank spaces and imagined Samson. Yeah? Because Samson used his bare hands, according to the story. Something had superhuman strength. But because the story didn't say how David did it, people just filled in the blank spaces without facts. He was just a boy. So how did he do it? Now, I don't know because I wasn't there, but there are clues. Why did he choose a sling? Could it be that he was able to fend off the lions and bears from long range with a slingshot? Could it be? And if you look at the book of Judges, it talked about the time when Israel had a civil war. The whole of Israel went to war with the tribe of Benjamin for some crazy thing that happened. And when the story was talking about what made up the armed forces, there were how many thousand men from the tribe of Benjamin who could shoot a slingshot left-handed. He said they could shoot at a hair and not miss from distance. David was not special at that skill, no. It was a thing that people in the army knew how to do. If they were at war and there was a shortage of bow and arrows, they would use slingshots. They were trained to use slingshots. He wasn't special in that capacity. So could it be that that was what he used all that time in the wilderness alone? It's enough time to gain mastery. But when he got there and he saw Goliath, could it be that, have you seen what a bear looks like when it stands on its two hind feet? Yeah, Goliath was a bigger bear. And he saw it, and like, And he asked a question, what will be given to the person? Now, I want you guys to catch these things in the story, and that's why I'm sitting down, so that I don't distract you with my charisma. What would make a boy think like that? This guy has suffered being passed over in his own father's house multiple times. What his father did with Samuel was just a small representation of what that boy has been facing. You know, the kind of things that will make you ask, am I really my father's child? Like, did they adopt me? Or I don't understand. Like, what's the story? What don't I know? What's going on here? He has been through it. And when he said, no, this is where I'm going to hammer. I have to be wise. For some of you, hey, any small idea, you're going to tweet. They will not see us coming. Moving in silence. Hashtag boss moves. Keep your mouth shut. Calm down. Your time will come to announce it. Calm down. Let it play out with wisdom. And he asked that question. His brothers came and gave him that hostility. He didn't face him. He knew that, see, this is a defining moment. This looks like a defining moment. This, if I manage this moment correctly, this could be it. And he asked to see the king. And King Saul asked him a question. He said, you've said all these things. You've made all these claims. How do you intend to do it? He said, now God, you know, talk true. No. We don't say no be God, but what is your plan? You don't talk the real plan, no. Why? Because he knew he was not special at slingshots. The only thing was that everybody was too afraid to connect that common skill with the solution. Everybody else had the skill. Well, not everybody else, but enough people, thousands had that skill. But he was the only one because he wasn't in the army. Sometimes it takes an outsider to see the same situation differently. He was just a shepherd boy. But the soldiers, the experience, couldn't see it. When Goliath said, "Bring your best man," they were all thinking hand-to-hand combat. But David had never fought hand-to-hand in his life. He was taking down wild animals from afar. So that was the experience. So when he came, he said, "This from afar now. I'm not fighting with you hand to hand. You are who is fighting that one." Goliath's one hand would have crushed his skull. But he could see. The soldiers couldn't see it. And King Saul asked him, "How do you intend to do this great thing?" The God that delivered the lions and the bears, yada, yada, yada. He said, "Oh, okay." And then King Saul gave him his armor. He wore it. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Yeah. And then he walked away. He was on his way to meeting Goliath that he picked up the stones that he would even be using. He concealed the solution. That was wisdom. It didn't end there. And then he got there, he killed Goliath. End of story, Abby? No. Read the whole story. Our people don't read. That's a problem. It's a problem. It's a big problem. Right? Leaders are readers, and it's not just a cliche. All right? If you look at how in the book of Esther, Mordecai's good was discovered how, because when the king couldn't sleep, what did he do? Audiobooks. Yeah, he invented audiobooks first. He told them to read it to him. Kings like to know, read. All right, people don't read. Just like someone to preach it to you, and you'll be like, "Yes, it is true," but read. Yeah. Anyway, what happened next was after he killed Goliath, he said, "I've suffered in this life. Oh, people have been trying to cheat me all my life. They've been trying to take credit for my work all my life. I need proof." This guy now, they'll say he died of natural causes. So he went over to Goliath and cut off his head, put his head in his bag. Proof. He took Goliath's sword and his shield and kept it in his own tent. Proof. So if anybody asks, it's not David that killed him, Jerry. The guy that killed him looks like David, but it's not quite David. It wasn't him. He had proof. What does that tell you? There was wisdom there. And so a lot of times when you're planning, when you're strategizing, make sure that it is properly executed first and you have proof that you did it. Guess what? Kings take full credit for what they do. They take full credit. Nothing like, "Oh, let me be humble. Let your left hand not know what your right hand is doing." No, that was regarding generosity. That was not regarding, no. That's a different message. Kings know how to take full credit. Especially in this age of social media, you must learn to take full credit. Third world Africans have been raised to be timid, and they call it humble. No. Says God has not given the spirit of what? Fear, but spirit of love, the spirit of power. Power is there. Power. And sound mind. All right? Kings take full credit for what they do. They make sure everybody knows it. Why do you think King Saul was mentally damaged when people were praising David at his expense? Yeah? Of course, he took his own to the extreme. You know, he had an ego problem, but it's a natural thing of kings. People have to know that I did it. Right? And so he kept that evidence. And we know how the story went. But there's something else in the story of David that we need to learn, because everybody was so excited about the sling and the stones. I even heard something growing up. They said, someone said, he took 5 stones, one standing for J, E. Well, I guess it's exciting. Some things are necessary to excite poor people. Okay. Doesn't make it true, but okay. But you see, when he was a child in that situation, catch this, please, he had to use a sling and stones, but that was the last time he used it in warfare. If you follow the story, there was a time as he grew into a man, he was being chased by King Saul. The Bible said that he had to go to, I can't remember the name of the city, where he met a priest who was helping him to keep the sword of Goliath and the shield of Goliath all those years. Now, remember when King Saul gave him his armor? As a boy, they were too heavy for him. But when he grew into a man, he had to learn to use a sword. Not just any sword, but the sword of Goliath. If you read where the story introduced Goliath, right? They talked about how heavy he was and how much his armor weighed. He needed an armor bearer to, right? So David had grown so much that he could handle the sword of a giant. So just because the slingshot worked once, it did not make that his weapon of warfare forever. He had to grow, to learn. All right. So there's some things that you are getting away with now. Yes. But to get to where you are going, you've got to learn to use proper weapons of war. Some of you are okay in Abuja, you don't have a complimentary card. You've got to mature beyond that. Right? There's some things you are doing in business, on social media. It's okay. It will get you through where you are now. But as you progress, there are bigger capacities you have to grow into. You have to learn to use the sword of a man. You have to grow into a man. All right? And of course, we know how the story went. But why did I go through that story? What we have been raised to believe was that his victory was miraculous. But now you see that there was strategy. The miracle was in his strategic application of wisdom. One false move, and nothing would have happened. One idle word spoken before its time. Forget that story. And so, as first generation royalty, if you identify with that, you cannot behave like the masses. The dirty behaviors that's associated with the general public cannot be you. Whenever I hear, a politician send out a message to the general public, it doesn't apply to me. It's for them, it's not for me. No. That should be your posture. You've got to be 10 times as wise, 10 times as smart, 10 times as discerning. Because you know where you're coming from. You have to learn how to think. Don't assume you know how to think. Yes? Learn how to think. All right, go and Google this thing called mental models. All right, mental models. Learn how to think. Okay, mental models are ways that people have already, like templates for solving problems. All right, so many of them. Just Google that. Learn how to think. But one of the things that learning how to think will arm you with is pattern recognition. What did you see? What did you see? I was hanging out with a friend. That's why the Bible says, he who walks with the wise shall be as wise. There's this friend of mine in Dubai. He's from Morocco. This guy is so smart. Like, when you think you are wise, when you hang around certain people, you be like, you just be quiet. Man. So anyway, we were hanging out at this club, an exclusive member-only club in Dubai. And there's no noise, no sound. There's just one huge flat screen that shows one channel, Bloomberg. Bloomberg is a business channel. And the channel is there, but it's muted. So you can't hear what they're saying, but all you see are just those ticker symbols, NASDAQ, Dow Jones, and all those things. Now, to be as real with you as possible, I don't know what those things mean. Right? I'm learning, but I don't know what those things mean. But this friend of mine, my goodness, I don't know where he was born. He's like a real life James Bond. He knows so many things. So anyway, we're sitting down there, and he sipped his drink and he looked, and said, oh, Bloomberg is always on here anyway. And I was curious. I said, okay, I want to, and that's the thing, you have to be shameless when you ask questions to know. Don't assume you know it all. So I asked him, how does this showing on the screen, all these ticker symbols, how do they help you project anything. What does it do for you? Very casually, he wasn't even racking his brain. Casually looked at the screen, and there was something that showed on the side that showed that the price of wheat had gone down. Take a symbol for wheat. The price had gone down. And I said, oh, the price of wheat has gone down. That means someone has found a way to smuggle wheat out of Russia. I'm like, how did you connect this to that? And he explained. He said, well, because of the war in Ukraine, there's a lot of sanctions against Russia. We all know that. But one of the things that the sanctions has affected is their exports, like oil, energy, and wheat. Russia, I think, supplies 40 to 45% of the world's wheat. But if Russia can't export its wheat, it means that there should be a wheat scarcity. If there's a wheat scarcity, what should happen to the price of wheat? It should go up. But it's coming down. So I gave him a standing ovation in my mind. I could not shout so that he will not think that. But I was in awe. What? There's education and there's education. you know. But what brought me to that story was pattern recognition. How can you connect the dots and create a totally different meaning from what the masses are seeing? And how does that inform your future decisions? That's godlike status. That's godlike status. So you must learn to study, you must learn to read, and that will affect your pattern recognition. It will also tell you that, as Solomon said, there is nothing new under the sun. Things repeat themselves. And at some point, you will say something and they will say you are a prophet. Yeah. There's some things I've posted on social media. People say, oh, John Obidi is a prophet. No, you just don't read. People say, oh, John Obidi is a prophet. He predicted this. You just don't read, or you'd have seen where this all happened before. And you know how to set your affairs in order, how to prepare, how to handle your family affairs before the calamity happens to the unseen mob. They don't see, they don't think. Just blah. Yeah. Learning to think also helps you understand the relationship between cause and effect. Why is this thing happening? What is this? Why is this happening? What could be the reason? Okay, this is happening. What could be the effects down the road? 10 years, 20 years. Learn how to think. Important. That's what leaders do. The posture of leadership. Leaders must be media literate. It's so weird how many Nigerians do not know what media literacy means. It is weird. And I don't blame you really, because when I was a child, I thought that news was news. I thought it was. I grew up watching CNN. But you see, growing up, I loved Bill Clinton. But I did not know why. I just know that I did. I preferred Bill Clinton. I preferred Al Gore. I loved Barack Obama. But I did not know why. It was not until, I think, what year was it? I don't remember, but I was in church one day in Benin, and the pastor was the first person to say to my hearing that all news is not news, that CNN is virtually the media wing of the Democratic Party in the US. Fox is literally the media wing of the Republican Party. And so it's the job of CNN to make the Democrats look as fantastic as possible and make the Republicans look as terrible as possible. It's the job of Fox to make the Republicans look as fantastic as possible and to make the Democrats look as terrible as possible. I'm like, I was surprised. And I went to Google it and I looked it up and it was actually true. I'm like, man. You see, one of the deepest questions that ever occurred, in my opinion, in the Bible was when Pilate, I think it was Pilate who asked Jesus, "What is truth?" They said, "Why are you here?" He said, "Because I'm here because I bear witness to the truth." What is truth? What is truth? People don't ask that question enough. It's a deep question. What is truth? And so when you have very strongly held ideologies, you've got to ask yourself, where is it coming from? Do you know why it is a capital offense to betray a king? In most kingdoms or countries, it's death. You know why? You didn't just betray a regular human being. If your friend betrays you, you just cry and move on. But if you are a king, a queen, in charge of a whole kingdom, if you are open to attack, it renders the whole kingdom open to attack. So kings must get their information right. They must. They don't watch the same news that we watch. No, they don't. And even when they watch the news, they know how to filter it. So when you see something on CNN, are you able to discern and be like, okay, this is how they are leaning. This is how they are therefore likely to report this. This is what is likely to be exaggerated. This is likely to be what is true. Do you have that capacity? Because today, the direction of Nigerian youth will be decided by the opinions of the American left. You can't do anything about it. You can't. That's just it. What they decide you will be is what you will be. With the exceptions, of course, of the kings, right? But everybody else, not we, I'm not part of it. They are all going to go in that direction. Right? It's just a matter of time. Because guess what? The guy in one village in Ebonyi State, right? He wants to be like the Lagos boy. The Lagos boy wants to be like the Lekki boy. But the Lekki boy wants to be like the American. And that's where it all flows down. So the American decides that sagging jeans is cool. It will flow all the way down. You know, one thing that really got me thinking? Elon Musk could not find a school that could teach his kids. He had to create it. Don't take my word for it. Google it. He knew how he wanted his kids to go. Like, you mean Harvard could not give you what you wanted? Not Oxford, no, not. He had to create, he said, he had to create a school with his own curriculum and then hire teachers to teach his kids. Then his friends now also send their children to that school. They are educated differently. You need to get your intel right. When this whole Russia-Ukraine thing happened, what most Nigerians believed was what CNN wanted you to believe. And because you lacked media literacy, you couldn't tell your left from your right. You put up the same hashtags they wanted you to put up. You couldn't ask the same question that Pilate asked a whole Jesus. What is truth? Is it true because you said it is? Break it down. What's your rationale? What is truth? You've got to have that capacity. Thinking will save you. Thinking right. And it can be trained. All right? Let's move on to third world excellence. Third world excellence. Excellence will exalt you. But you see, I started with identity and how what your adopted identity would propel you towards. It will tell you the verses of the Bible to shout over and the ones to say, sounds good, but that's for poor people. Yeah, it's okay. Let the poor people shout at that one. It's for them. It's not for me. And you wait for the one that's for you. All right? Every time when I was a child, I never jubilated when I heard, seest thou a man diligent at his work. He shall stand before. That's not for me. I'm the king you will stand before. No. I'm the king that you come and stand before. I'm not standing before anybody. The kings are my peers. I'm not, no. Because guess what? Who wrote it? A king. Who did he stand before? But he was writing it for his subjects and advising them, if you want to blow, eh? If you want to blow, be excellent so that one day, you will stand before me. And yeah, he meant well for them. Yeah. But look at the advice David gave to Solomon before he passed away. He was grooming a king. He didn't give him the kind of advice that he gave to the masses. No. He said, Solomon, come, my son, do like this, do like this. Most of the proverbs, everything, most of Solomon's wisdom came from his mentorship. He got from his dad. And so your adopted identity will tell you, this is for me. This one, not quite. Yes, that a man diligence. Yeah. You see why people would jubilate at that? Not people. All right. And so who are you? Very important. Community. You see, when we first started, I asked you guys to talk to one another. Yeah. Poor people were raised in such insecurity. And because our parents tried to protect us, they would say, don't go here, don't go there. Don't go out, don't go. It was necessary, but it made us develop in silos. It made us develop in isolation. But rich people do not play with connections. Yeah. They have relationships going back 50 years. And you'd be like, how long have you lived that you have a 50-year-old relationship or friendship? Yeah. Communities. Now, beyond friendships, I'm talking about communities, associations, global communities. You have to be aware of these communities that you can join and strengthen your forces as a king. All right. For those of you who travel, there's a community, it's a paid community that has been so instrumental to me. It's called Inter Nations. All right, INTER Nations. So what Inter Nations is a global community of expats, EXPAT. It's a short form of expatriates. I always have to explain that because Nigerians think I'm saying expert. Expat. The global community of expatriates. So whenever you're traveling anywhere and you are a member of the international community, they have an app you just download on your phone. They have regular meetups. People who are working in Microsoft, IBM, Apple, you just meet them casually for drinks, lunch, recreation. Like people that you can't find them on LinkedIn. You would dare them tire. You just get to meet them casually, like that easily, right? There's this course I put out a couple of years ago called Business Beyond Borders, where I said that, the- well, I'll say it because I used to be like that too. The poor man who just gets visa to travel and they go to Dubai, snap picture with camel, pepper your enemies, and just come back. No, there's a lot more you can do with that. So much more. And I didn't know this for a long time. Even me too, when I just started making money in 2014, I felt grateful to be able to travel. And from in the school of the poor, it's a big deal that you can travel. That picture and then put on Instagram, get all the likes, right? That's how poor people behave. I used to be that way too. I'm not, saying I'm better than you. I used to be until I learned, from a friend of mine that there's a lot more you can do. First of all, the thing that you are aspiring for is what? A tourist visa, Abi? Do you know that if the tourist visa, you're not allowed in most countries to earn money while in that country? You're only allowed to spend money but not earn money. So you are you're their mineral resource that they are tapping. You are like their oil. They are tapping you. Come, spend money, but you're not allowed to earn money. So why are you celebrating it? So you save your salary for how many months? You go there, spend it all to take photos and pepper your enemies. And after 1 week, they've forgotten all about it. What do you bring back? You know what really made me angry with tourism? Some of you may have known that was around the time I started preaching about the third world fence, 2018. Because I traveled like 2 times. I think on the third trip I saw it. I saw the fence clear as day. It's like, damn. I could see it. And I just had to give it a name, and I called it the third world fence. And I defined it as a deliberate system that aims to keep third world natives, exclude them out of contributing to the global economy. I've killed people's battery. Yeah. So you can spend money there, you cannot earn. But some of you don't know that all the money you've been using to spend on trips, there's a way you put that money together and get a permanent status in that country that allows you to make money from that country. You can't Google this formation. You can't. You can't. I had to go like 3, 4 times, get angry, and then I figured it out. Couple of them. Yeah. So, and it was through joining that Internations. I joined and I spoke with them, and I saw that this money I spent on this trip, if I just, again, when it comes to matters of immigration, it's not something that a man of wisdom should be saying in public. To be honest, I didn't know this. So when I learned it, I was always talking about it and sharing. But these people are not stupid. They are not. Oh, they are watching us now. They know. They have a quota of people that are allowed to escape every year. When it's rising, they'll tighten another restriction. Now, you can't be too smart. So even you that is going to say you are freeing people, you're not freeing anybody. The powers that be know what they are doing. By the time enough people that get the right knowledge now are now acting on it, they'll increase the price of something. Passports will become scarce. You think it's because there's no booklets? I don't know what happened. Though. Please, if anybody knows. I'm just saying. See deeper. Join communities, all right, and figure out how international alliances can make you stronger. It's a poor man's gospel to say Nigeria is the only country I have. I will stay here and make Nigeria. That's a poor man's gospel. I'm just saying, guys, I'm just saying, just the leaders that you call your MCMs and your WCWs. Yeah. Is that how they think? So why is it good enough for you but not good enough for them? It's how you see yourself. You are still that person trying to be excellent enough to say hello to the minister. That's where you still are. You don't quite see yourself as him. You see, one of the things that revolutionized my life and my knowledge was rediscovering the person of Jesus as an adult. I'm a pastor's son. So I grew up eating the Bible back to back to back to back. But I didn't understand it until my adulthood. I knew it as per knowledge, but in my mid-20s, I began to really see, oh my goodness, what kind of mentality did Jesus Christ have to be saying, oh, if we are praising Solomon, why this man ever lived? You're greater than Solomon is here. And they were mad, like, who are you? Why are you? What? Right? And so I wonder why people who call themselves Christians, followers of Jesus, would be thinking in certain ways. The whole ambition to shake hands with the minister. Wow. I don't blame you, Shao. Maybe that was your father's ambition too. That's the generational course I'm talking about here. Yeah. Yes, now the generational courses are just wrong knowledge passed down. Wrong knowledge, terrible knowledge. And you lack the discernment, say, okay, I know he meant well, but he wasn't quite right. That's not the way to be. That's not who I am. Who advised David on how to become a king? His father was not a king. You have to figure it out. You have to figure it out too. And rinse your mind of everything you've ever been taught. Otherwise, the path is clear. You bring children to this world that you still teach the same thing. behave well, so that one day you meet a minister. What? People that are sharing Nigeria, is that how they think? Come on, guys. Community, very important. If you are a student, communities can help you. There's one I know about called Enactus. There's another one, not for students, but I think you should be in your early 20s to join that one. It's called Global Shapers. Thank you. Global Shapers. If you're young, if you're in that age bracket, join that. All right. Global Shapers is an arm of the, thank you, WEF, World Economic Forum. And if you do well there, it can connect you to other opportunities that the masses will never see. Okay. Mandela Washington Fellowship, try to get in there. Maybe you've applied, you've been rejected, keep on trying. All right. Similar opportunities, keep on doing that. Where I have a Telegram channel that puts out such opportunities. It's called Head Start Oasis. Some of you are in that channel. So it's free. It's just one thing that we just created to help younger people come up, because at my age, I'm too old for most of the opportunities there. But if you're young, most of those things can help you. All right. Part of third world excellence is investing in your own personal infrastructure. All right. You might be in the third world, but you are able to reach the world from here. None of those things like, oh, our internet is not good. No, by now you should know how to understand what works. Be able to create the same results or even better than what a first world native creates, even while you are here. Figure it out. That's why you have a sound mind. I didn't blow abroad though. It's not. I mean, what I mean is that it's not abroad. That I blew in Nigeria before I ever traveled to chill and go and see what's up. It's here amidst everything that I blew because of who I believe I am. I would do whatever it took. I had like 5-6 modems in my house. Every serious Nigerian should, right? Proper. If I'm doing a webinar, the proper lighting, I would go the extra mile, even if it's free. When you are watching me, be like, this is excellence. All right. You've got to be able to deliver results on that scale. You are different. Your fight is different. You are not like them. The school of the poor say, you're all too much safe. You only you. That's how they talk. It's normal. It's okay. That's how they reason. Separate yourself. Don't be doing body. Oh, it's my friend. We go way back. That's why your life is way back. We go way back. All right. So I'll circle back to the first thing I started with, and that is identity. Who exactly are you? Who are you? Who are you? People ask me, so do you identify as a Nigerian? Well, because in this earth realm, we've created these things called nationalities, nation states, borders, and passports. Well, I guess I have to say that. But I always say that even though my body was created here in Nigeria, my spirit was not. So, who are you? You see, in 1914, a man named Lord Frederick Lugard decided that everybody in a particular circle, they just drew a circle, and everybody here will be called Nigerians. And the British said that everybody in this circle called Nigerians, these are the privileges that will be accorded globally. And this is how they will be till the end of time. So am I supposed to come into a world and be defined by descriptions by men who are no smarter than me? How does that make sense? Who is Lord Lugard? Just some human being. I don't know how intelligent he was. So I'm going to define myself by the limits of his brilliance. Is that it? So when you say, oh, I'm Nigerian, I will stay here and develop, do you know what Nigeria is? You've lost your identity. You don't know who you are. You say it a lot in church. I hear you guys. You say, you confess it. I'm a child of God. I am in this world, but I'm not of this world. You say it all the time, but you don't really believe it. You say it because you have to say it, but you don't believe you don't live it. Because if you do live it, you would realize that I know I was born here, but nothing stops me from being a king in Egypt or in the US or in London, because the earth is the Lord's. What? So what do you mean? You see, this is the dogma that some of your people have had to feed you with so that the country doesn't collapse. Because if you know who you are, you would start to do certain things that do not contribute to the interests of, yeah. And so they have to tell you that, oh, we are developing the state. You are the future of the state. So your children are not the future of the state. Your children are the future of Harvard. It's me that's the future of this state. Yeah, but only someone who doesn't know their identity would drink the Kool-Aid, so to speak. Yeah. You are the future, full stop. You decide what you are the future of. Nobody should tell you what you are the future of. That's where the indoctrination starts. You are the future of Abakaliki. You are the future of right. I'm the future, yes. But what future? I will sit back and look and remember what God told Abraham, as far as your eyes can see. Yeah. You see, God can be a comedian sometimes. You see, God did not say, oh, I will give you as many as the stars or as many as the sun on the seashore. No, he told Abraham, look up, count the stars. He said, count the stars. How would you tell to count the stars? Are you done? Okay, look down. Count the sand. Yeah. So what are you the future of? Whatever you decide it is. But you have to step back and see the world as it truly is. And you will determine what stake you will take in the grand scheme of things. So you see, I can come here and give you 10 steps to this, 5 steps to that. But when your identity is soiled, you can't make progress. You can't. It says the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. It means they are not physical. King James can make things sound overly spiritual sometimes. It says not carnal. Carnal means spiritual, right? It's not. Carnal means physical. It's not physical. All right. They are mighty to the pulling down of strongholds, casting down every word imagine. It's mindsets, your mind, your thoughts, information, things you've been fed with generationally. Sometimes, unfortunately, even religiously. All right. And that's why you must study. That is why you must discern. That is why you must have an excellent spirit. When you know who you are, your prayers are different. The stories in the Bible that you jubilate at are different. There's a lot of Nigerians who love the story of the woman with the issue of blood. They love that story so much. And it's valid for some people. Oh, she was pressing again and she found. How many people really have connected with the story of the centurion that said, I too am a man under authority. Just send your word. I understand how authority works. Almost nobody. Almost nobody I've met ever draws a miraculous rema from that story. Your identity determines that, where you draw inspiration from. How many people have drawn inspiration from the story of Cornelius in the New Testament? Cornelius was a leader who by his good works said his good works pleased God, was generous, he gave alms to the poor, and it pleased God so much so that God had to send somebody to him to preach to him. People are inspired by that. But no, it's always somebody who was hungry, who was blind, who was lame. And yes, that is valid. But there are challenges of our time that people need to see. You haven't been taught that you are already leaders. You haven't been taught that, or that you can be. There's always somebody that was issue of blood, or was lame, or was a leper. There are other things that happen in the Bible, though. Yeah. And so the title, Third World. You got to think of it in these terms. You are in the third world, but you are not of the third world. It's just that God does not create man out of dust anymore, or woman out of rib. Everybody now has to come through a womb. And sometimes, because our parents were intentionally or accidentally inside a place called Nigeria, that stamp, Nigerian, was placed on you. But you are not of this world. So why should the limits of Nigeria be applicable to you? No, you're not from here. You come from the same source as everybody who enjoys the best of this earth, and that is your birthright. And so every legal means possible that you can explore to reclaim that right should be explored. Every legal means. Second passports, third passports, foreign residencies, that is your birthright. Who invented visas? When God told Adam to dominate the earth and go and replenish, there were no visas. Where did visas come from? So if you were born many years later and you have to go and apply to do the same thing that God said in the Bible how many years ago, that's a curse. That's a curse. You can't move until someone says, when are you coming back? Are you coming back? Are you married? Do you have children? Do you have land? Which work do you do? How much do you earn? They don't ask Americans that question. They don't. I keep on saying this, that you guys should separate yourself from the masses. Separate yourself. They've got nothing to offer you. They don't think. They don't think. I remember when Jay-Z became a billionaire, people were shouting, "Oh, Jay-Z dropped out of school and is a billionaire. Almost school na scam, Jerry." You are crazy. You're drunk. You're high. You're the same demonic fluid. Same thing. What's going on? How do people think like this? I mean, I know why, but I still can't accept that people in the third world can think like that. What is your process? What is your logic? Does it make sense to you? Do people even ask whether things make sense? Now, first of all, Jay-Z being an American, first of all, is not your mate just because he was born there. First, he's not your mate. Not because he's intelligent, or we'll not even measure whether he's intelligent or smart, just because he was born within those borders. And maybe has the wisdom to have a passport, because not all Americans have passports. There are some that are not educated enough to know why they need to just apply for their passports. They don't. So many don't know. They never traveled anywhere. But that aside, the fact that he has that blue passport, he's your senior first of all, at least in the eyes of the global scheme of things. Now, in analyzing Jay-Z's wealth, you would see that one of the companies that he owns is Tidal. He didn't create the company, he bought the company. I think the company was founded in, Sweden or somewhere. I don't remember where. But imagine if you were competing with Jay-Z to purchase Tidal and you have to go to Sweden to have that conversation. Before the embassy here gives you a date to come and explain yourself, you don't go come back. Signed and delivered. So how would you tell Nigerian students to drop out of school because what? Do you not know that your degree can buy you more privileges in life? You don't know. You allow people lie to you that school is a scam. And it's okay. There will always be liars. There will always be deceivers. They will always be amongst us. But you have to be able to think and ask the questions that matter. You see, this Bible is very deep. There is nothing new under the sun. One Bible story that really got me thinking as a kid was where God told one prophet and said, go to this particular place. Do not stop anywhere. Go there. Do not stop for any reason. Go and do. I don't remember what he was sent to do, but the Shah said, don't stop. And he kept on going. And as he was going, he met another prophet. Now the prophet said, younger prophet, how are you? You are going on a long journey. Stop by my house. Eat or drink, rest. And when you have refreshed yourself, continue moving. And this guy said, oh, I'm sorry. God said I should not stop anyway. I have to keep on going. And this guy could not take rejection. So he had to lie. He said, oh, God actually also told me that you would actually come and you would say that. And he told me to. entertain you. And the younger prophet stayed there to refresh himself. When he came out to continue his journey, a lion came out and devoured him. Thank you. There's a part. Now, while they were having the meal, the word of God, the deceiver, the word of God came to him and said, younger prophets, the word of Lord just came to me now that you have just sinned. You are going to die. And if you are such a Nigerian Christian, you will struggle to understand that, because how would God still speak through a deceiver? This is not just. And truly, he came out, a lion devoured him and killed him. And guess what? God told the deceiver to bury him. What kind of story is that? According to the story, I don't know what happened after the story, but according to the story where it stopped, no consequence happened to the deceiver. None. Now, I don't know whether after whoever was recording that story, maybe things happened later that did not record, but nothing happened. So when you hear things, Nigerians like to have emotional comfort. They say, "Oh, God will judge you. God will judge him." God loves everybody. Who is he judging? God loves everybody. The person. Thank you. My time is up. Thank you. Oh, okay. All right. God loves everybody. Say, "Oh, God will judge you." God. Some people are too useful to God. Oh, you don't. Hey, Christianese. You got to judge him. I need him. God's like, I need this guy. I can't quite strike him. There's a need he's feeling somewhere. I can't just strike him down. At least not now. So your sense of justice is not the same as God's sense of justice. Yeah. Some people that you think, oh, this person is a corrupt whatever. God should told you God judge anybody. His ways are not our ways. It's not. The only defense you have is what? Wisdom. Solomon said it. Wisdom is a defense. So you need to have your own critical thinking skills, your own mechanism, your own strategies for discerning what is truth. Whenever things go bad in Nigeria, hashtag Canada begins to trend on Nigerian Twitter. Most of the time, it's a very comical thing to see. But is it your kind of person that Canada wants to see? Most people that just talk blind, they don't understand how the world works. Canada has something called highly skilled, I forgot what it's called, but a highly skilled, the highly skilled inside, highly skilled something program, highly skilled worker. I can't remember. It's highly skilled, right? No, highly skilled something. Yes. Now they need highly skilled people, and Nigerians will be like, "I'm skilled." What you call skilled is not what Canada calls skill. They require an external body to certify you as skillful, and that body cannot be you. It has to be a university or a polytechnic, and I think there's one other category of institutions that's supposed to certify you, and that's where your degree comes in. Now, there's some people who, when they were young, me included, I remember when I was in school, I remember very clearly my first year, my friend then asked me if I would ever relocate from Nigeria, and I said never. I was a child now. What did I know? I was a kid. But based on the best of my wisdom at the time, I said, no, Nigeria would. But years later now, and there's some people too who you don't know where life will take you. You are too young to know. And it's okay to not know. But when your destiny is about to be fulfilled, let you not be excluded because of something you dropped that you don't know that you need. For example, the people don't know that the easiest way to immigrate is through education. The cheapest and easiest way is through education. Don't take my word for it. Don't Google it because it's not on Google. Ask any immigration consultants. They will tell you the cheapest way to immigrate is through education. And there are many who don't know that they will need to go beyond borders. They don't know that, so they just make short-term decisions. You throw away your education. Now, there are some people who didn't have the chance to go to school. I get that. I ain't talking to them. But I'm talking to you who you're in school and you have a chance to come out with a top degree You want to waste it because some clown said something on Twitter? And you know, the truth is that it's not even about the clown. What the clown said is just an alibi. You just found mathematics too hard. That's the real reason you want to drop out. Let's tell ourselves the truth. School is hard. I'm not going to lie that it's easy. I'm not going to motivate you that school is easy, that you can do it. I know it's hard. I know that a lot of your lecturers are demons. I know. I know a lot of public universities, it's a crappy situation. I know. But get that degree. That thing can set your whole generation free. You just don't know how to use it. People say, oh, there are no jobs. Don't be a dummy. Don't be a dummy. We live in a time when you're looking for a job, you're not thinking local. You can be in Nigeria and apply for a job in Google. From here, people have done it. Say, there are no jobs, there are no jobs. I think everybody thinks Nigeria like you. Federal government, there are no jobs. Kai. Don't run away from that place. Cover your ears and run. That's demonic activity. Yes, now false information. That's the real demonic activity. To confuse you. Some of you are only children. Some of you is only you and your family that your parents could train because of finances. You go and throw it away. Because some clown that you don't even know his real name, fake ID on Twitter, said school is a scam. Come on now. Chiba can sell an online course and make money. Really? I said online courses though. But you see that some of you, your destiny is bigger than an online course. But you don't know it yet. You are still too young. And it's okay. But you've got to believe that your destiny is big. What if you were called to be an ambassador? You think they give that thing to dropouts? What if you were called to have a top job at ECOWAS or the United Nations? You don't know where I come from. They say Echidime. Say tomorrow is pregnant. You don't know. It's too deep. It's too far. And if you are in school, make sure you get a first class. Don't come out with a 2-1 even. I know what I'm saying. And anybody who has been through life will tell you, Omo, get that first class. It can buy you a life of freedom. Anybody who tells you that you can't do it, they don't know. They've not gone anywhere. They've not left the local government before. They haven't seen. And if you have people that are your dependents, make sure you pass the right knowledge to them. Tell them. You have people that you know, your brothers, your sisters, your friends, they're in school. Tell them to put their heads down. Study. Come out to that degree. You have no idea where you're going to be. I remember when Okonjo-Iweala was appointed the top job at the WTO, and I saw all kinds of motivational crap on the internet for the masses, mostly targeted at women. If you could do it, so can you. Who told you? Who told you? Because you don't think. Y'all don't think. What I expected from people of wisdom. Wow, she did it. How? You see, when Angel Gabriel appeared to Mary and said, "You shall be with child," she didn't say glory. She said, how? How? I expect that you guys would have gone to our Wikipedia page and read up. Wow, how did she merit this? What schools did she go? What training did she have? Is she a US citizen? She is actually. Maybe if you don't know. And that might give you a clue as to how the world works. What I'm telling you, you will never hear it anywhere in your life. I promise you. You will never. It's intentional. You shouldn't. Because if too many people know the truth, well, it causes an imbalance. And one thing about the world is that it favors balance over justice. You get it tomorrow. What I just said now, you understand it tomorrow. Balance and order is the priority. It's not about justice. So I need us to be a thinking people.
I need us to be a reasoning people. Wisdom is the principal thing. It's not just a cliche. Wisdom is the principal thing. You see, in Bible times, not just in Bible times, but in ancient times, and even today, kings valued counsel above every other thing. They valued wise counsel. David had an advisor called what? Ahithophel. The Bible said that Ahithophel was so wise that when he spoke, people thought that it was God that spoke to him. He wasn't a prophet. He had no spiritual gifts. But naturally, his natural counsel was so profound that they were like, this is the voice of God. That's what Ahithophel was. And he was David's chief advisor. When Ahithophel left David and crossed camps to join his enemy, Absalom, David was crying. He wept. He said, yea, I'm finished. If this guy, I'm finished. And that's why he prayed that God should turn the counsel of Ahithophel to foolishness. Not that God should make him foolish, but that when he expresses his wisdom, the hearer would discard it and say, no, it doesn't make sense. That's how valued counsel was. And people don't really value counsel, and it's okay, but you should. Wisdom. So it's not about what John Obidi is saying per se. I can't give you half of what you need in life. I can't. I don't know you personally. But if you understand the value of wisdom and how to get it, you can solve your own problems. You can solve the problems of your family. Wisdom will set you free. It will set your family free. To help you discern, to help you foresee things that are to come. Before they come, you've moved. You've left that place. And I want you guys to covet these gifts. Amen? Thank you very much. Have I helped you?
Thank you so much. Because of time, please you could take a seat. Because of time, we are taking just 2 questions. Just 2 questions. Just 2 questions. Because of time. Because he needs to rest and we need to go. We're taking just 2 questions. Just 2 questions. If you are quick, we can take 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2. Okay, so just be very fast.
Thank you, Daddy J.O. It was an honor listening to you and also seeing you in person. My name is Anne. I'm a pharmacist and also a web developer. I'd like to ask her what do you see are the skills and wisdom required for someone that's trying to build a community to attract global investors? So like something that people globally can actually invest in.
Okay, so I like the fact that you said community, because globally communities are huge. Especially in the United States, there are a lot of grants coming up, a lot of opportunities coming out. And if you can prove that you lead a community of people, they listen to you more than an average civilian, right? So building communities is key. I know this because I deal in that space a lot. There's some opportunities that I have gotten, not because of my intelligence, no, but because I lead a community. The fact that I have sense is just a plus. It's not the main thing, no. But if we are dealing with you, how many people are you talking to and listen to you? That's what they're asking you at that level of influence. So community is important. So that's a very great question. So we're living in a time where it is very easy to become viral for your passion. All right. So a lot of Nigerians are seeking solutions. And if you can become that solution provider, you can easily build a community around that. And you can leverage those numbers to get, whether it's donors, whether it's partners, whether it's investors, and so on. All right. But you have to understand that it costs money to fund a war. All right. If you want to have a large community around what you do, I would advise that you earmark some money from what you do for money and invest that into advertising your community to build your membership. Because down the road, you'll be able to leverage those numbers for bigger opportunities, bigger sponsorships, and so on. I don't know if you've heard about the digital weekend that we're doing. Yeah. Who's sponsoring it? A bank, right? How are they sponsoring it? Is it because
I have sense, or because no, because they're looking at how many people listen to you. 180,000 we are in. Not just in rhetoric, in actual money. Right? I mentioned that I'll be doing a nationwide tour, right? I didn't even announce it publicly. One of them in the bank called me. I'm like, why didn't you tell us? How can we get in? Right? I wasn't like, people are trying to lobby and they're trying to apply, come and sponsor. No, they are the ones that are knocking on your door because they leverage that spot to have that visibility. Okay, so community is huge, but you have to be committed to building it. Yes, you want to help people, but you have what you are looking at strategically down the road. It's not just a labor of love. All right, there's something in it for you. Don't be ashamed of it. Okay, go for it. But you have to spend some time and money, organize yourself properly, and build it. All right, but I would advise let it be. What kind of community is it? Do you know what it's about? What it's going to be about? Okay, so if you want to do that, I would advise you do that on Facebook. And there's a reason, and that's because Facebook has created something called the um, Facebook Community Leadership Program, and that is for Facebook group administrators. All right, it's I don't know where they're now in Abuja, but it's mainly in Lagos. So they have monthly meetups. It's a at the Facebook office in Lagos. All right, so an offshoot of that is something they call the Facebook Accelerator for groups, for Facebook groups. If you make your application and you're accepted, they would give you some money up to about $30,000 just to support your work. So Facebook is really invested in communities. That's the only one I know of off the top of my head right now that actually gives money. But I would say that if you want to do that, just put your weight behind it, build a community. What Nigerians like to learn about is business. So you can organize a lot of trainings, a lot of information there. It's going to grow very easily. That's how I did mine. And so yours is going to grow. But you've got to have some money you're putting every month for ads. Don't let it just grow organically. 5,000 today, tomorrow 5,005. No, let it be growing in leaps and bounds so that you can start to leverage it sooner. Okay? You're welcome. So it's for the people that are streaming online. That's why they need you to hold the mic.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So one of the questions I really want to ask you is, I flew all the way from Enugu first of all, just because we're here. So one of the questions I want to ask is, what are the indicators of transition? You've transited. You talked about you moving from Benin. When I mean transition, not just locational now in life. Talked about you moving from Benin to Lagos. Now you're in Dubai. What are the indicators of transition? Thanks.
Okay. So I don't want to water it down to tactics, but like the things I've shared today, if your identity is baked in leadership, you will just see differently. You will know that my time in this town is up. You will know that this town cannot contain my greatness. It's just up. I have to leave now. You will know where you have to be. You know what you have to do. That identity will crush things like low self-esteem. Most people say that, my town is the greatest. It's a nice thing to say, but are they saying that because they really believe it or because they are afraid of failing when they move to Lagos? Somebody once said that there are two reasons everybody does something. There's a good reason and the actual reason. They are usually very different. So it's just baked in your identity. I never believed that I would move to Lagos and not make it. I said, when I came to Lagos, I said, give me 6 months. When I moved from Benin, I said, give me 6 months. Everybody will know me. Give me. It took more than 6 months. It took a year, but I arrived. Right? But it comes from your identity. I did not believe that I would not. I came and said, I know book past this guy now. Yeah. Maybe that was immature. I don't know. But that's what I thought. Right? So you have to have that mindset of Caleb and Joshua when they were sent to the 10 spies to go and survey the land. They said, oh, there are giants here. But they said, no, we can't beat these guys. We have what it takes. We can. All right. So it depends on who you are. It will affect what you see. It will affect how you see. It will affect who your companions are. It's not everything you see on your own, but when your companions are people of wisdom and foresight, when they talk, you're like, okay, this makes sense. Okay, so that your identity will bake everything that you do. It will know when you are supposed to be separate from peasants. I know people get riled up when I use that word, but I have no apologies for that. Right? There's some people that you should be mentoring. You shouldn't be eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner with them and gisting about their keke trip down here. I have no connection to that life. Right? Jesus Christ said it. If the blind lead the blind, they will fall into a ditch. All right. So your identity will govern everything, and you will know what to do. That identity will even help you put whatever religion you belong to actual work. See, Nigeria is so religious and so poor. It's not about the religion. The people who don't believe in God, but they're making it. Because they were born with an identity that this is what to do, this is where to go, this is what to go, this is where to go, right? And so I can't give you any steps because I don't know your life. I know the steps that I took for mine, but they were just appearing in front of me as I was moving. I didn't get everything right. I made some mistakes. I'm human as everyone else is, but I had a certain identity that just pushed me here, pushed me there. Why would I just decide to travel abroad and try things out? You know, when the masses are saying it's money misroad, I don't see like them. I'm not among them. I'm not one of them, right? So your identity, first of all, you have to settle that one with yourself. Depending on what your background is, where you're coming from, it might not be an overnight thing. You might need to go back home and bake yourself in your moments of meditation. I know how my own started. It took me time. Right? I don't know how many of you know my story. I hate talking about it, but I just feel like when I say it, it just helps some people connect better. At 15, I was a bricklayer. I hate remembering it, to be honest. Some people think that I should say it more often so that's to trend. But I don't like remembering it. I hate remembering it. Right? This pastor was saying something about, maybe when you were younger, something you may have been traumatized. That's one of the phases of my life I hate to remember. I don't want to remember it. I mean, I'm okay with it now, but I just don't want to talk about it. So you can imagine that kind of background and whatever wilderness I had to go into of solitude to reimagine myself and my identity and rebake my mind and come out a different person. It's not going to happen overnight, but you can start the process. All right.
All right. So a quick one, sir. You talked about destiny being location sensitive about. Yeah. So how do you match the points where you're running a business that is 100% virtual and you're staying, like, say, somewhere in the north, where the running costs are relatively lower, and you still need to get to a point where you could connect with high network people physically? How do you match these things together?
Okay, I get that. It's actually very smart. You know, I was saying move to Lagos, move to Lagos, move to Lagos, right? At a time when the infrastructure in Nigeria was not so friendly to internet-based businesses, right? If there was high-speed internet in Benin in 2014, would I have moved? I don't know. But there wasn't. So it was one of the things that informed my decision. So if you stay in the north, where do you stay? Kaduna. So if you stay in Kaduna, you have high-speed internet. That can work for your business. So you may not have to move to Lagos, but you need to be connected to Lagos. All right. So if it takes you making monthly trips or weekly trips, I don't know what the frequency is going to be like for you. You may need to just go and like lodge for like a weekend, attend all the events happening. Because guy, when foreigners or foreign companies come to Nigeria, they believe that Lagos is Nigeria. That is what they believe. You know, back in the day when they will come to like a Kenya or a Nigeria and say we went to Africa. Yeah, that's how it is for Nigeria. When they come to Lagos, in their mind, they've come to they've come to Nigeria. So you have to connect with what is happening in Lagos. So when you go there, make some friends, join Facebook groups, join WhatsApp groups, join communities, follow some accounts that will be posting what the new things are. So even when you're back in Kaduna, you can be updated with what's going on. Okay, so you run a fully online business, stay where you are. Cost of living is less. Moving to Lagos is not always rosy. Stay where you are. Cost of living is less. You're able to still deliver on the level you are supposed to, but stay connected to the center of excellence. All right. It's not just about Nigeria. Even in the United States, if you want to be an actor, you can't stay in Atlanta, or you have to go to Hollywood. All right. If you want to be a startup, you have to go to Silicon Valley. All right. If you want to be a chef, where do you go to? Somewhere in France. Go to cooking school. If you want to learn fashion, where do you go to? Milan. All right. There are capitals of industry all over the world. And it doesn't mean that you go to Milan and now live there. You go, you learn what you need to learn and come back. Maybe go for yearly conferences, to familiarize yourself and then come back. Okay. So Lagos has events happening all the time. Always be watching a website like Eventbrite, know when the events are happening, whether it's startup week or depending on what industry you are in. Attend those events, come back to Kaduna. All right. But let's not just be just Lagos. Stretch your mind to what is happening in New York, what is happening in Dubai. Okay, I don't know what business you are running, but they just held Affiliate Marketing World in Dubai. It's a global event that holds in different cities. This year, it's held in Dubai. Dubai is one of the easiest countries to go to visa-wise. They don't turn anybody back. Well, they started turning back Nigerians last year because of some crazy stuff. But when these things are happening, also put your eye there. Lagos is not the ultimate. All right. There's also what's happening in Dubai, what's happening in London, what's happening in the UK, in France, and so on. Okay. So Kaduna is okay. You don't have to move. It serves your purposes. MTN, 4G, Airtel, 4G. There's 4G networks everywhere. So everyone having 5G now. All right. And you can serve the world from your location, but be connected to what is happening. There's some things that will never be posted on the internet. Some opportunities. It's just in random discussions in the center of excellence. I know because I live there. Okay. So that's my take on it.
All right. Good evening, John. I'm Stephen Angulu, State House and Politics correspondent for the
I follow you on, I think, Instagram.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much. Now, you painted some pragmatic pictures about our nationhood as Nigerians. What would you say? Where would you put the balance between, okay, what you just said, and some young people of our generation who still feel an obligation to the Nigerian state to keep it together?
Simple.
What would you say?
Simple. Jesus Christ gave us a template. Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Give unto God what belongs to God. What I'm doing right now with you guys, I'm giving unto Caesar. Fully my obligation to my country. But I'll feel my own obligation to my maker to achieve my highest destiny as well. You get it? Give unto Caesar. We all have an obligation to our environment. It's our CSR. But that obligation does not mean to stay there. That's the half truth. Yeah. The full truth is that CSR, help your environment, give what you can, organize free events, give to charity and all that. But then you have your highest destiny that you must fulfill to God, your maker. Give to Caesar. Caesar is the ruler of that geography at the time. Give to Caesar his own, but give to God his own. And what do you owe your God? You owe God the fullest expression of the gifts he gave you. Your location will not be an excuse. You will give an account.
Thanks so much, sir. Thanks so much, sir. Thanks so much. Did we connect? Did we connect tonight? Did you experience Connect Conference? So, ladies and gentlemen, today was the grand finale, and I want us to put our hands together for ourselves. Thank you so much. We are almost done. Some of you, you've not come this far to just go like that. You would want to stay back and just take a few pictures to just brand. So just hold on, and we would make that quick. Right now, I just want to say thank you to. I would like all the volunteers to just come out, please. If you're a volunteer for YPC, just come behind me, please. Just put your hands together for them, please. Just come behind me. Can we celebrate them, please? It's not easy. It's not easy. We've been planning this stuff. We've been planning this conference since December last year. And finally, we're just getting started. I was talking to a few of my team members. I was telling them that we've had a Connect conference in Abuja. We're taking it out. We're taking it out. So if you stay connected, you could join us for the next edition. I sincerely want to say thank you, guys. Thank you for volunteering. Thank you for committing yourself to this vision. Thank you for accepting to do this with us. Thank you so much. And YPC is grateful. Everybody's grateful. And thank you so much. Thank you. Sincerely, there's a viewing center currently in Cross River State. I'm sure they're watching us now. MMA Val, she's currently handling that. We have a viewing center in Cross River State. If you're watching me, thank you so much for what you're doing. I want to sincerely thank our lead partner, Remote Stats. One of the things they do is we're going to be publishing it and we'll be inviting them to come talk to our audience, to our young people. One of the things they do is they give opportunities to young Nigerians to plug into remote work. So if there's any skill you have, right, I'm sure we could put the link on the screen. If there's any skill you have, you could just log into www.remostats, there's an s.com, and you could learn how you could engage. I want to sincerely thank Engage Media for the support. I want to thank Move Funds by OK Junior. I want to thank Banks Art for the photography. I want to thank Chika Ono for the video coverage. I want to thank Vanessa. How many of us love the recitation for the speakers? I want to thank Vanessa Ukamaka for doing that for us. And I want to thank Temple Matthew. I want to thank our special guest. Thank you, Mrs. Ochudi. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Sincerely, I want to thank Mr. John Obidi, Daddy Joe. Thank you so much for coming all the way. Thank you so much. You know, we're planning it was supposed to be a virtual conference. 100. If you saw the flight, it was supposed to be 100% what virtual. But at some point there was a miracle, and he said there was a slight chance he would be in Nigeria that period, and we're here. Initially, we were planning to just have this conference for just 50%. We made all effort to make sure that it would be for 50%, but you know, it became big, and we're grateful to you guys for registering. Thank you so much for coming. And I want to thank our live audience. Thank you for connecting. Thank you for staying till this time. I want to thank the facility managers, Impact Central. Thank you for giving us this venue to use. Thank you so much. We are grateful. I want to thank everybody. Thank you for sitting till this point. Thank you so much. It's already past 9, and some of you live very far. Some of you, I know where you stay. If you say you did, like that's not Abuja, but you came all the way. Let's not expose ourselves. Let's not expose ourselves. Let's not expose ourselves. Thank you so much. I'm aware that. Thank you, Godwin Solomon, for coming all the way from Lagos. Thank you for those that came from, I'm sure, Edo State. They came all the way. Thank you, Calabar. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Abeokuta. Thank you, Gift Best, for coming. Benue, thank you. Somebody came from Just. Thank you. I know you guys came from different places. Thank you so much. Without you guys, there'll be no Connect conference. And if you're not following us on Instagram, it means there are so many opportunities you're going to be missing. Follow us on Instagram at YPC Africa. Follow me on Instagram at I am Joseph Etim. If not, I will make sure that nothing goes live. Or follow me. If you're not following me, you should do that now. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. At this point, we'll be very organized. We would love to take a little clip with Daddy Joe and a few pictures. Some of you that want to take pictures, you could do that. But I don't want it to be rowdy. Just stay organized. If you want to go home, go home. But just network, meet people. If you want, you could go home by 1 a.m. for just today and continue your life. But I would just like to thank everybody, and I would like our special guest to take a few pictures with Daddy Joe before we continue with it. So thank you everybody for coming, and this is the end of Connect Conference 2022. We're going to be seeing you guys online. I'll be doing so much more, bringing so much more to everyone. Thank you so much for coming, and have a good evening. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, listen to me. Where you are right now, this is a co-working space.